Okay, it looks like we're up. Alan, can we go on the record, please? Good morning. This is the 8th day of evidentiary hearings in EFSB 2203, D.P.U 22-21. Before we begin with testimony from the City of Cambridge's witnesses, does anyone have any preliminary matters we need to address before we begin?
Company does not.
Nothing for MIT, thank you.
Nothing for Cambridge.
Okay, then Mr. Olson, would you like to make Ms. Watkins available and we will swear her in?
Yes, please. Ms. Watkins is on the screen, so she's ready to be sworn in.
Can you raise your hand so it's visible in your video screen? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Olson?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Watkins. Could you please, for the record, tell us your name, business affiliation, and your business address?
Sure. Catherine Watkins. I'm with the City of Cambridge Department of Public Works. Our business address is 147 Hampshire Street, Cambridge, MA 02139.
Thank you. And what's your position with the City of Cambridge?
I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. What has been your role with regard to the Greater Cambridge Energy Project?
Since going back to, at least 2020, the city has been collaborating with Eversource on a regular basis, most of that period on either a weekly or bi-weekly basis, as Eversource really worked to permit and construct the additional electrical supply to support the economic growth and transition for clean energy for Boston, Cambridge, and Somerville. And so our role has really been focusing on working with Eversource as they look to identify an appropriate location for the substation itself, and then much more engaged and involved in the routing selections for the transmission mains, particularly as they affect city streets. And so, my role has really been to lead the D.P.U team and make sure we have the right folks at the table, sharing information, evaluating proposals, and really giving feedback throughout this process.
Thank you. And so you submitted testimony, I guess it was last Thursday, in this matter. Was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you adopt all of the testimony that bears your name, which was submitted in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Presiding Officer Sharkey, Ms. Watkins is available for questioning by the panel if desired.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Staff has some questions for Ms. Watkins in this, and I guess I'll lead off with the questions from the bench. Ms. Watkins, if I can refer you to your pre-filed testimony. At page 2 of your testimony, you state that the DPW reviews available plans, proposed routing and construction methods to assure that appropriate routes are selected, disruption is minimized, and existing utilities are protected. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. To start, can you please tell me when this review takes place?
Just to clarify, so sort of in general for all utility type projects, is that the question? I just want to make sure.
Well, it would be helpful if you can give me a perspective of kind of generally when you would start and how the process proceeds, and then perhaps address this project specifically.
Sure, I'm happy to. So, we have, we're responsible for permitting all utilities in the public way. And so that has a wide range of utilities. Some of those are, public utilities like our own street, sewer and drainage and city water, as well as, public utilities like Eversource on both the gas and electric side, as well as private utilities, Veolia Steam, MIT, and others. And so,
I'm sorry, private utilities, what? Oleo Steam?
Veolia.
Veolia.
Oh, thank you.
Veolia, sorry. Veolia Steam, MIT, Harvard University, other utilities throughout the city. And so when any of those utility companies or utility owners are looking to either upgrade or expand their utilities, we would start sort of a very collaborative process at a high level of, what are the goals? What are we trying to accomplish? Have some initial feedback. And it's very much an iterative process. So people would come in, give us, sort of concepts, and then we would have feedback and go back and forth and say, we understand we have a need here that you may not be aware of, and really share those. And so that's sort of at a high level. And then at each phase of the design, as the design is getting further reviewed, we would review those designs and continue to give feedback. And then ultimately, we would permit the projects through a grant of location, through a pole and conduit commission, and then also with permits to do the construction in the public way. And so as we are getting into those detailed permits, which would be issued to the contractors when they're getting ready to do construction, the goal is that we've really worked on a lot of the logistics and details through the planning process, and that the permits are really the sort of final application, detailed traffic management plan. And that's where you're going to see some of the details on some of the construction pieces as well.
So to be clear, the city essentially addresses both what we think of as public utilities, as well as private entities who have facilities that are placed either underground or potentially above ground as well within the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is who within your office is involved, in particular with regard to this project?
Sure. So in regards to this project, and again, this is pretty typical, I'd say, for this kind of large scale project. So myself, and again, we've had some transitions during this process. When this started, I was actually the city engineer, and have within the last year been promoted to commissioner at Public Works. So, but for this specific project, the key focus people have been myself, that's sort of leading the sort of broad discussions, and again, making sure that we're giving the right feedback at the right periods of time. And then James Wilcox, who's now the assistant commissioner / city engineer, who really has, I would say, the deepest understanding of utilities and locations in the city. And then we've also had a senior engineer, Ted Bulger, who's working with us on those details. So I would say those are the three people that have really been involved in this project since the beginning in 2020.
And does the city essentially serve as a coordinator of information that might be needed between a project proponent and entities with existing facilities that could be impacted by proposed construction plans?
So I would say, we try to represent the full public right of way. And so we do have a good understanding of where existing utilities are. For this type of project, one of the first things the applicant, a proponent would do would be to come in and make a records request and get all the sort of files and documents that we have available on the streets. And then, if we know that there's a specific issue, we would say encourage folks to reach out to particular utility owners to make sure they're having those conversations. And I would say in this instance, we've tried to step in when we felt like things weren't going particularly smoothly to try to help facilitate those conversations. But I would not say that's sort of our core responsibility, but really to try to help facilitate those discussions. And again, as we're thinking about the entirety of the public way.
And so these entities contact you when they're initiating construction plans. Do they also contact you when they are retiring existing infrastructure that might, for example, no longer be active but may still remain in place beneath the city streets, for example?
Yeah, those typically come up when folks are doing new utilities that maybe abandon an existing utility. We would have those discussions certainly as part of any expansion of additional utilities in the public way. So yes, that would be part of the back and forth we would have with project owners.
And would I guess I'm trying to assess to what extent the city is not just a central clearinghouse, but kind of if there's a process whereby people have an obligation to keep the status of the utilities that they have either above or below ground along city streets current with the city, so that they'll let you know, yes, we are abandoning these facilities in place, for example.
I'm not sure that there's a formal process. I think the process really comes into place. It often happens that people abandon a utility when they're doing a new utility upgrade, right? And so like we're upgrading the water main, and so we may abandon the existing water main when we do the new water main, and similarly with, utility companies as well. Oftentimes those are abandoned in place. And so to minimize disruption, we don't necessarily make folks go in and physically remove the abandoned infrastructure. Depends on a site-by-site location.
But the location of those facilities, even if they are abandoned, are still maintained as part of the city's records of the existing facilities within a particular location. Is that correct?
I would say to the best of our knowledge. I would not say all those records are perfect, so I don't want to overstate the records and documentation of that, but so certainly to the best of our abilities.
How do you ensure that work on facilities that are proposed while they're under construction minimizes disruption within the neighborhood?
So there's a couple different things that we're looking at. So really early on is looking at where are the routes and understanding the constructability and, the general feasibility of those routes to make sure we feel comfortable that it's a corridor that can really be implemented. We also work closely, and again, this comes at different phases throughout the process, but really working closely with utility companies on their traffic management plans, how they're keeping, pedestrians, cyclists safe, and then continue to run NBTA and other vehicular operations. So we're working with the utility companies on appropriate traffic management plans. We also, for something of this scale, and we've done this in similar projects with both Eversource as well as private developers or MIT. If people have a large utility project, we will oftentimes enter into what we would call a memorandum of understanding, or I think, the host community agreement, where we really outline how we're going to interact with each other, the construction coordination. For a project of this scale, we would expect, and, we've had these conversations with Eversource already, that they would, fund a project manager on behalf of the city that would oversee the work for the city, so that we make sure that we have eyes on the project and are looking at the details during construction, looking at the traffic management, looking and having someone on site to manage that on behalf of the city.
Does the D.P.U serve as a avenue by which residents can ask questions or contribute input with regard to proposed construction or construction that's ongoing in their neighborhoods?
Absolutely. So we have, at the Department of Public Works, we have 3 full-time staff that work on community relations. And so their primary job is to make sure residents are informed and be available to answer any questions. So that is a role that we play on all projects throughout the city. And again, for projects of this scale, we would also expect the proponent to have community relations staff that's answering questions and being primarily responsible for getting the information out to residents and abutters. But then we also play a similar role, because sometimes folks will feel like, oh, if I call Eversource's team, they may be too, represented by Eversource. And so we also make it clear that, city staff is also available to answer questions and help folks navigate, people have a particular, like one of the things that comes up a lot for all of our construction projects in the neighborhoods are, people may have healthcare aides that come and visit, or, accessibility concerns. And so we really encourage folks to reach out and let us know those kinds of accommodations so that we can work with the contractor as they're phasing the work and making sure people are aware of the needs of the community.
Did DPW representatives attend some of the outreach meetings or some of the other open houses, for example, that Eversource created for this particular project?
Yes, so I believe between Jim, and again, it's been sort of Jim Wilcox or I have attended pretty much every community meeting that the larger meetings that Eversource has had. We just had a series a couple weeks ago where Jim or I attended each of those. The open houses, the pop-ups, I think I stopped by one just to get a flavor of it. Again, those were sort of smaller discussions, but I felt like it was important just to understand, the type of outreach that Eversource was doing. So I certainly attended one of those, but the more public, larger meetings, either Jim or I think have been at each one of those.
And I do remember you from the public comment hearing in this particular docket.
Yes.
Now you mentioned that one of the DPW reviews goals is to review the proposed routing of a facility to determine that appropriate routes are selected. What standards do you apply to determine whether a route is appropriate?
I would say we don't have as a formal process as the EFSB or Eversource. It's much more, we have a good understanding of the streets and the nature of the streets in terms of, impacts, traffic volumes, the MBTA, sort of a general, and again, not in a rubric kind of way with like the EFSB, but really having a good sense of the constructability and, is it feasible to fit in the utilities that people are looking at, or is there a route that might be better, less disruptive? And again, looking at, the nature of the street, looking at the residential character of the street, and then also, looking at utility corridors. And then, in this particular section of East Cambridge, east of the city, the sort of the crossing of the red line and the parallel to the red line is obviously a significant issue.
And does your assessment begin prior to kind of the construction permitting process that the DPW oversees?
Definitely. So like in this case, if I go back, I think there's meeting notes, going back to April of 2020, where we were providing feedback on various streets for consideration. And I think that's, this is a long, it's a much bigger project than we typically do. So that timeline is longer, but I would say similarly with recent upgrades with Eversource gas and steam lines, that process would happen fairly early on so that you're making sure that that feedback is considered early and not sort of after people have gone and done detailed design work, and that really the construction permitting is sort of the final piece. And if we've done all the work up until that, it should be a fairly straightforward process.
Is there a formal process that applicants go through at the initiation of this process, or is the process only formalized by the DPW when it gets to the application of the permits by contractors for a particular project?
I would say that that phase of coordination is not a formal process. I think if you ask utility companies or contractors, it's sort of clear that comes through Jim or I. And so it would come through, a request through to the engineering division to really start that process in terms of the coordination. And then the formal permit process would be at the end. And again, that would be through the Pole and Conduit Commission, and then a grant of location through the Pole and Conduit Commission, and then the construction permits.
You did mention that the city often will develop a host community agreement to address a number of different factors. Has the city entered into discussions with Eversource for such an agreement?
Yes, we've started that conversation, and I think we've sort of outlined the things that we would expect to see, which I think are very similar to one we probably did 10 years ago on a transmission main through Harvard Square. And so I think we have a good format for that that lays out, construction and traffic management plans, community engagement, and again, this construction manager that we talked about, as well as the street restoration, any specific requirements about monitoring vibration or the adjacent utilities. So yes, we've started that conversation. We don't have an agreement in place yet, but we've had the discussions to start to lay out that framework.
And do you have an expected timeline at this point at when such an agreement might be concluded?
We haven't defined that. I think one of the things is that some of the mitigations are tied to some of the routes. And so some of this is sort of working in parallel, that we're, outlining the issues that need to be addressed, but also some of the details of that, can't be finalized until the routes are finalized.
And in terms of route being finalized, would you define that as being when the routes for the project are potentially approved by the siting board as part of this process?
Yes.
Do other city departments participate in the host community agreement discussions?
I would say it's primarily would be Public Works and potentially the city manager's office, depending on the details of it. But I would say the primary department is the Public Works.
And do you know who would need to be the entity within the city who would actually sign or approve the host community agreement?
Yeah, so what's typically happens is, again, DPW would sort of finalize the details of it. And so again, that would be Jim Wilcox and myself working collaboratively. And then ultimately the city manager would be the signatory to the agreement.
And would it need to be approved by either the mayor or the city council or both?
No, the city manager has the authority to enter into agreements.
Now, can you tell me, did you participate in joint discussions with MIT and Eversource with regard to, among other things, some of the routing options for this particular project?
Yes.
Could you explain the nature of those discussions?
I've tried to go back through the notes from the various meetings, because again, it's been sort of over, a 3+ year period. And so I just want to be clear, I'm not saying I can get every detail correct of all of those meetings, but in terms of the overall flavor, I think, going back in the meetings that we've had, there's been concerns from MIT about the use of Vassar Street, and that has been a little bit of the focus. I would say almost all of the meetings, we sort of MIT has raised concerns about Vassar Street, and then we talk about the entirety of the route and try to share our concerns about, if we look at the various routes, what's the most reasonable and what's the most practicable in terms of the entirety of the route. And then have tried to focus on, what are the mitigation measures that, MIT should be advocating for and really looking at as we think about Vassar Street and what does that look like. So that's been the primary focus of the discussions.
Did you have individual discussions with MIT and or Eversource?
Yes.
In other words, not just joint.
Yes, we have had some. Excuse me.
Sorry, Alan, not just joint.
All right, thank you.
Yes, we've had over the last, since I would say early August, end of August, we've had some individual meetings with both Eversource and MIT, and then also have really tried to push to have joint meetings because, it can be sort of hard to navigate some of the concerns without all the right people in the room.
Was it your experience that in the meetings with MIT that there were a number of different representatives who participated in those discussions on behalf of MIT?
Yes.
And would you say there were differences of opinion in terms of those MIT entities raising issues within those discussions?
I would say it's been challenging to try to navigate the ultimate concerns, because I think, we sort of have these conversations, and I would say the utilities sort of construction focused folks, bring up concerns around utilities. We've had a lot of discussions around, the material that will be used to backfill around MIT's utilities, which, similar to MIT, that's one of the things that we, as any owner of utilities and streets, is something that we're all very concerned about. And so, we'll have discussions and have really good sort of collaboration on, okay, here are the details and what this would look like, and how Eversource would do construction around the utilities, and then feel like we're having a conversation that's really focusing on the mitigation and how to make it minimize the impact to all of us that have utilities in Vassar Street. And so it'll sort of feel like we're making that progress, and then it feels like, oh, but we're starting over a little bit in terms of, we don't want Vassar Street, we want this alternative route. And so it's been a little challenging, I would say, from the city's side to navigate that.
Now, you also stated in your pre-file testimony that you had reviewed the company's filings and its most recent responses regarding the MIT routes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did that include reviewing the response to EFSB RS-20 parentheses S parentheses 1, which was filed on October 26th? That's an attachment in which Eversource provided meeting minutes, relative to a meeting that the D.P.U. appeared to host. Is that correct?
Yes. This is the October 19th meeting. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
That's correct. It
Yes.
says it's entitled Meeting Minute Notes, City of Cambridge /MIT /Eversource GSEP Project Team.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to review those meeting minutes?
Yes, I have.
And do you believe that the report accurately reflected the concerns expressed by MIT representatives at that meeting?
Yes, to the best of my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And has those same concerns been raised by MIT in earlier meetings that you attended?
In very broad ways, yes.
So did this October 19th meeting represent progress in terms of the refinement of potential issues of concern between MIT and Eversource with regard to routing?
I would say certainly at the meeting, I had thought that we were making progress, and again, focusing on some of the mitigations. We spent a lot of time talking about the nature of the flowable fill around MIT utilities, which again, we all share deeply in terms of making sure that detail is correct. And focusing on, construction methods in terms of how this type of work would proceed. And Eversource again had, their construction folks there that were really able to talk through a lot of those details. And so I sort of left that meeting somewhat optimistic that we had sort of made progress. And then, the next day was informed that MIT wanted to continue through the process and continue to advocate for an alternative route.
At the end of the project meeting notes, it appears there are a list of action items, including scheduling subsequent meetings, which I believe Cambridge was designated as being the responsible party to create those meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have those meetings either been scheduled or held?
There is another meeting scheduled of the technical folks in another week. I don't know the exact date, but yes, there is a follow-up meeting that has been scheduled.
Okay, also in your testimony, you discuss the 3 transmission line route variations proposed by MIT in its pre-filed testimony, and you reject those route alternatives as unsuitable based on significant utility conflict and constructability challenges. Is that correct?
Yes.
So could you elaborate on, for example, the significant utility conflicts factor in your assessment of those 3 route options?
Yes, I would say the most significant conflicts are, on Main Street, and I think there's been some discussion of that. Main Street has the red line corridor, and so we talked a lot about. Let me just back up for a second. Talked a lot about sort of the Vassar Street corridor versus the Grand Junction corridor. And there's utility conflicts along the Grand Junction corridor, but from our perspective, really the most significant concern about that route really comes down to the feasibility of the section on Main Street. So if you look at Main Street, there is the MBTA red line tunnel that runs down the middle of the street. And then on each side of the red line, you have a water main, a sewer main, a gas main. And again, you have each of those on both sides of the street because those utilities do not cross the street. So you have to have a separate water line for the north side of Main Street and a separate water line for the south side of Main Street. So again, and I'm really basing this, feedback from Jim Wilcox and others here is that, that Main Street corridor is extremely congested. And again, the utilities are already quite stacked and squeezed in between the buildings, the street trees, and the MBTA red line on each side. So I would say that was one of the real drivers of the concerns about the alternative proposals.
And so is existing utility density the primary reason why you had concerns about the constructability of those routes?
It's density in space. It's the fact that a number of those utilities are already stacked on top of each other and again squeezed into a very narrow corridor. And so there's utility density. I would say there's also steam lines in those areas. And so I know from Eversource's perspective, that is some criticality to them as well in terms of the actual design of the facility, which, is again, way beyond our expertise. I would not say that we get into any of the details of how to design these corridors, but really looking at the space in the street. And so I would say, lack of space and the stacking of parallel utilities. So one of the things we talk about in terms of utility density is about crossing utilities, but then there's also parallel utilities, which are the, more challenging in terms of finding space for, manholes, finding space for crossing the red line, and finding space for those activities.
And do the existing steam lines represent a unique problem in terms of potential location for new transmission lines?
I would have to defer to Eversource on that. Again, that's more on the engineering side of the facility, which I know through discussions that is a criticality for them, but in terms of the specifics, I would have to defer to Eversource.
In your opinion, would these three variations receive approval from the city of Cambridge for construction permits on the basis of the information that you received to date?
Based on the information we received to date, I do not believe that we would permit these. I do not see that as a viable option.
Ms. Divakar, I know you have some more detailed questions with regard to the MIT proposed routes.
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. So I'll actually go over the data information discussion you had, follow through with some questions. I also have some follow through questions on the meetings and outreach that has happened, and of course on the routes as well. So if you will permit, I'll begin with the data and information sharing aspect and then move on. So good morning, Ms. Watkins. Can you hear me clear?
Yes.
Thank you for taking time to be here. To begin with, if there is any kind of repetition you feel in the questions, please feel free to, just let me know and we can move on. But I think I'm trying to get into the details of and follow through on what Ms. Sharkey has been asking you. So as you know, in these segments that we are concerned with, there are certain types of utilities that we are more interested in. So my question to you would be, I'd like to go into each type of infrastructure or utility and then ask you the same questions just to get a yes or no answer, or if you could explain, that would really be useful. Thank you. So to begin with, I'd like to get an understanding of water and sewer services. Now, first question is, in terms of infrastructure data that the city of Cambridge maintains on water and sewer services, do you have data regarding the alignment of water and sewer utilities along streets and walkways?
So we have I'm going to give a little more than a yes or no, just because I want to make sure I'm accurate.
Thank you.
So both of our water and sewer, we have a GIS overlay, and so that available data is publicly available. Some of that data is based on more recent plans, and so may have a higher level of accuracy. Some of that data is based on 100-year-old infrastructure, and so the level of accuracy varies. But we do have data for water, sewer, and drainage.
So thanks for the answer. Now, in terms of the data being accurate enough to be used currently, from what you said, I understand that some of it is updated data, but some of it, is based of what data you had. You're kind of building up on data that existed maybe 100 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever it was. So in terms of the nature of updating that's happening, right? During your discussion with Ms. Shaki, you did mention that whenever companies got in and kind of there is a process of retiring certain utilities, they would inform you and the city records would be corrected to reflect that kind of a change in the utilities. Now, beyond that, since you mentioned that there is GIS documentation of these utilities, I'm wondering what is the level of updation, or at what intervals do you go?
I'm sorry, what is the level of what?
Updating, or that happens on the GIS layers, and who does it for the city of Cambridge?
So the GIS layer is updated as construction projects occur. So for example, like we had a $200 million large sewer separation project in West Cambridge, where we reconstructed all new water mains, all new sewer and stormwater mains. And so when we have after construction is completed, the contractor submits as-built drawings that show the details of those. That information, again, goes to Jim Wilcox, and then we have a staff member that works for Jim that is our GIS manager that then updates the GIS layer with that data. And so it gets updated most often when pieces of infrastructure are reconstructed. I've lost your volume. I think you're on mute now.
Yes, you are, Ms. Smitha.
Thank you. Now, moving on, how much of this data, I know there is data that is just not GIS documentation. You have data in hard copy, you have reports that inform your decisions. So how much of this data is first-hand data coming directly from surveys? And what percentage of this data would you say is extrapolated from? You did mention most of the personnel in your department have good experience or knowledge of these streets, right? So could you speak to it as to, and also because as you, I read the testimony that you had submitted to us, that you acknowledge that a lot of this and this infrastructure is aged. So there is, in terms of data coming in on aged infrastructure, I don't think there's a lot that one could do. But so just if you could speak to, how much of this is, directly surveyed data, how much of this is kind of extrapolated data?
I don't know if I can give a percentage or a crisp answer to that, but I would say, again, the GIS has different levels of accuracy. And then on top of that, I would say both Jim Wilcox and Ted Bulger, who I discussed earlier, have been actively engaged with significant construction projects in Kendall Square. So with MIT, with Boston Properties, with Eversource, with the new Volpe Center that's going in, and really looking at the infrastructure. And so those two folks in particular have a lot of experience at various locations in Kendall Square, which then they can sort of extrapolate to other areas. So it's a hopefully not too roundabout an answer to your question.
I understand that there are constraints to kind of answering the question too. So thank you for attempting. But now let me get into, is there documentation regarding the depths at which these utilities are located under the streets? We are talking of water and sewer at this point.
I would say that the GIS data on depths is less accurate than the alignments, right? So the alignments, you can often double check with manholes and, access covers. And so the alignment is probably more accurate. The depth is the sort of less accurate piece, or if there's particular things that you had to work around in an alignment. There is information in our GIS, and again, varying levels of accuracy depending on how recent or updated that data is.
Okay. So when it comes to the rest of the infrastructure, let's say steam and gas lines, for example, would you, in terms of having information on the depths of these utilities, would it be the same, or is there more information available?
I would say it'd be similar, and we probably have a little less information in those.
For steam and gas. And what about electric transmission lines?
I would say similar, since they're not our infrastructure. And again, we would have some information, but the depth information would be much less reliable.
When it comes to telecommunication cables?
I would say similar.
Okay. We are saying similar to steam and gas lines?
Correct. Since it's not our utility, we would have less information about those.
Right.
I'm sorry, since it's not our utility, we would have what?
We would have less information about those.
Thank you.
So I'm wondering, for the steam and gas lines, at least for the city within the city of Cambridge, who are, can you identify agencies which are better repositories of this kind of data?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, for the city of Cambridge, can you identify agencies which you think are better repositories of data on steam and gas lines?
So I would say that the owners of those lines, so, that primarily goes back to, Veolia, Harvard, MIT, and some of, so the individual owners of those lines.
Right. And would you, if I were to ask you the same question for telecommunication cables, would you identify some agencies that might be better repositories in terms of updated data?
Yeah, so we have, Comcast, Verizon, Level 3, we have a number of different telecom folks. And so, I would say they would have better information about their own lines than we would.
Okay. And is there a requirement that, in any form, they consolidate data and submit it to the city of Cambridge? I know the granularity may differ, but is there any process by which they submit this data to the city?
The utility companies or the individual,
companies.
the individual owners,
Wait, I'm sorry, the utility companies or what?
or the individual owners of the utility companies, or like the individual owners of the steam, or the utility company proposing a new line?
The owners.
There is not a formal requirement. We do, have worked with folks as they're doing upgrades to their system, but we're not sort of the primary owner of their data.
Thank you. Moving on. Now, does the city of Cambridge maintain data of similar nature? For example, we were talking of alignments, we were talking of depths, right? We were talking of, first-hand data, basically survey data versus, extrapolated data, etc. So does the city of Cambridge maintain such data along rail corridors? Now, the question being, on this project, it is specifically the Grand Junction Rail Corridor, as you know. But to what extent would you have information?
I would, the Grand Junction corridor, because we have a construction project that we're doing in terms of our rail trail corridor, we have survey data that we did to support that. And again, it would be, the level necessary to support that project. So I don't know that there's depth in some of those other detailed data. Oftentimes, that data isn't available through survey, but requires test pits in terms of identifying, the specific elevations.
So you're saying outside the data you have, if someone were to really construct or get into, more design details, you would have to supplement the data with data from test pits, etc. Is that what?
Yeah, and I would say that's
Okay.
true pretty much any location in terms
Yeah.
of, we have some data, but it's not going to be sufficient to get a full design.
Right.
And would the city also consult with the MBTA or any of the other rail owners if they needed to with regard to those types of facilities?
So we would if it was our construction project, so for this example, Eversource is the lead with MBTA, we have not been involved in that discussion, in those details. It's really the proponent facilitating those discussions with the other, like the MBTA, for example.
Thank you.
So moving on to my next question. Now, since we are talking, since I touched upon how adequate the data would be for design, I have this question for you. So given your knowledge of the utility distribution data that Cambridge maintains, do you think that the data is sufficient if one were to develop 25% engineering design drawings for underground transmission lines?
Based on the information I've seen, no.
No. Okay. So, and I heard you mention that one of the essential pieces to supplemental information would be kind of the depth information coming from test pits and excavations, right? Thank you. I'd like to move on. I have some follow through on questions Ms. Shaki asked regarding the consultations that have happened with the city of Cambridge, both by MIT and the company. Now, as part of the submissions that came to us with reference to exhibit MIT-1 parenthesis 1, there is a table in there labeled MIT Eversource Meeting or Communication Timelines. Now, MIT provided a summary of meetings that have happened between MIT academic, that wing of MIT, and the company at various points in time. So when I refer to the table, I found that you were an attendee in meetings that happened in November of 2021. Do you recall?
Not specifically, I'm
Right.
sorry.
So there seems to be the topic of discussion seems to be what you alluded to earlier, the Vassar Street construction along the Vassar Street segment. And there seems to be a meeting that was held early in November 2021, and there was a follow-up meeting that was held in the same month. But what I'm trying to get at is, can you I don't know to the extent you remember, what were the points that were touched upon in terms of constructing along the Vassar? Or at that point was information regarding other options also brought to the table?
Ms. Divakar, it might be helpful for the witness if Mr. Wong could share that particular response, and she'd have a chance to review it to give you a better response based on that review.
So are you suggesting that I circle back to this question later? I could do that.
No, I'm saying it might be helpful if either you or Mr. Wong could share that particular response so that she could review it and give you a better recollection based on the notes that you were asking her about.
Sure, I'll share screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you give me just one moment, please?
Thank you, Alan.
Just a second. Thank you.
Ms. Watkins.
Just a moment, please.
I'm sorry, Rob.
Yeah, so
just a moment,
just
please.
Wait till Alan's done, and then we
just a second.
Go back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
So my recollection, and when I went back through my notes, and I think it's consistent here, is that I don't believe that the city was at the November 10th or November 18th meeting, and none of those attendees represent the city.
Right. So is there in any of these meetings, do you recollect the city's attendance?
At those November meetings, no.
And anything prior to that?
We had a lot of significant meetings with MIT throughout sort of the end of 2020, I think through 2021. And really a lot of the focus was on the Broadway challenge. And again, getting through the 3rd and Broadway intersection, which again is one of our significant constructability issues regarding the Wadsworth corridor in terms of coming up Wadsworth, and then needed to go through Galaxy Park and then through 3rd and Broadway. But the majority of the focus of those meetings throughout 2021, there was a lot of discussion about Broadway and how to navigate the 3rd and Broadway intersection. And that was, the line going north, going through the Volpe parcel.
Right. So if you could help me identify who were the attendees at that meeting? I'm just trying to understand, where was there representation from the Mitimco, side of MIT, the realty wing of MIT? So
Yeah.
during these meetings,
Yeah, so if I look at this list, Ben Lavery, is the primary person we were dealing with from Atimco.
Right.
And Brian Walsh was from VHB, which was their consulting firm working on the issue with Matimco.
Right. Could you would you say that you were in attendance, or were there other representatives from the city who attended these series of meetings?
The
There are,
series of meetings that are on this list, there
Yeah.
seems to be a lot that did not have Cambridge there. If they're the ones that would have had Cambridge there would have been Jim or I. So I would say,
Okay.
between Jim or I, that we've been in attendance at every meeting that the city was involved with.
Right, right. I'm just running through the rest of the list.
Yeah, and I think those 2021 lists where it's like Matimco, City of Cambridge, Eversource was a lot of those. I think at that point we're meeting weekly. Yeah, it looks weekly. Meeting weekly during that time frame, really focusing on the routes. And, there was a lot of focus on Broadway, again, because it's one of a very congested corridor that has significant trees. And, MIT has the large development that's going in at Volpe. So really collaborating closely with Matimco to look at, were there any alternatives to go through the Matimco, the Volpe parcel, either along Broadway, and then we ultimately did not go into MIT property along Broadway, but at the corner of 3rd and Broadway, again, to get through that challenging corridor.
Right, right. So I ask you this because you, in column 3, there's a lot of mention of the city of Cambridge, and there is no mention of the attendees. So from what you say, I hear that it had to be either you or Mr. Jim Wilcox, if I get it right.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how discussion evolved across these meetings from 2020 to 2021. So as you said early on, there was a lot of discussion around the Vassar segment construction that Eversource had proposed. And then I understand that the nature of discussions was, MIT, not being on the same page with regard to the Vassar Street segment construction, and therefore there being back and forth on what other options could be discussed. Would I be wrong?
The only thing I would add, and again, and it's been a 3-year process, so it all blends in a little bit, but I would say it really wasn't, until, August of this year, that, MIT really reached out. Like we'd heard that the WSP was coming on board and sort of helping helping MIT to, look at the different routes and evaluate, like help MIT make sure they're protecting their interest. And it wasn't until sort of August of this year that really any indication about a sort of particular alternative proposal, or we didn't see anything until really until the September submission. I think we had one meeting before that, but again, that meeting even then really focused on concerns about Vassar Street, and we did not get into any of the details of the routes in terms of these alternative routes. The focus was really on Grand Junction versus Vassar, but not the entirety of the alternative route to really flush out, the city's perspective on, crossing the MBTA, being in Main Street, and being at that Broadway and 3rd Street intersection.
Right. Thank you. So would it be right if I assume that these meetings with Mitimco, on which the city of Cambridge seems to have been in attendance on many of them, these were mostly discussing the company's preferred routes as they have proposed right now?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll stop sharing this table at this point. Now, if I could move on to discussing the constructability of the proposed route segments. Now, you've kind of briefly addressed this issue during your discussion with Ms. Shaki. I'll just try to get into the weeds, and I would appreciate any information coming from you. Now, to begin with, I'd like to get into the company's preferred route B29F West, which connects the new substation to the Brighton substation. And one of the segments along this route, as you are aware, is the Vassar Street segment. Now, let me pull up a figure from the company's analysis. This figure is 5-5A at page 5-15. Ms. Watkins, are you able to see the figure clearly?
Yes.
This actually is a summary of, it depicts all the preferred routes that the company has proposed on this project. And the line that is shown in deep red is the line of interest on this question. So as you see here, if I could jog your memory, the line moves from the new substation along Broadway. It moves into the Galileo Galilei way, and then crosses the main street to move into Vassar. And then at some point it moves into the Waverly Street, and then to Memorial, and thereafter to Brighton. Now, the question is, has the city of Cambridge reviewed this alignment?
Yes.
Now, please share your opinion in terms of constructability of the company's preferred route alignment, which is basically what we are discussing here, especially the segments between Broadway and Waverly Street. Now, what I'm looking for is, the city's opinion on the viability of the route in terms of maneuvering bends. For example, there is a bend around here, right, where the route moves from Broadway to the Galileo Galilei highway. And then there's also there's also a trenchless crossing which actually crosses the Grand Junction corridor at this point. So if you could talk to the constructability aspect of this route, and if you see any challenges going about it.
So I would take a little bit of step back and say that I would say all of these routes and any utility construction of this nature, anywhere in Cambridge, but particularly on the east side of Cambridge, is quite challenging. And so I say that to say that we see all of these routes as challenging, and it's important that they are managed well, both on the city side as well as on Eversource's side. Having said that, we have reviewed, and again, that's the collective we in terms of, other folks here at DPW in terms of some of the details, but we have reviewed the information. We've also been reviewing the test pit information that Eversource has been doing along various routes
Alright.
to confirm that they have the space and that the utilities are at the grades that they think they are, or updating those to reflect that. And so overall, again, we acknowledge that all of this work is going to be quite challenging. It's a very congested city. It's one of the things that makes it great, but it also makes it super challenging to do any of this work. But we do see this as a viable, constructible alternative.
Thank you. So you wouldn't have concerns with regard to the bend here, right? I understand this is a really dense, utility dense area here. Would you speak to that? Would you?
Sure. Yeah, and what I would say is that, look, we've been working with other contractors that are doing work in that area. So again, going back to, Jim Wilcox and Ted Bulger have extensive experience in those specific areas based on that. And, have spent a lot of time, again, through these, weekly and bi-weekly meetings, really looking at the detailed corridors of those, as well as, the updated information from the test pits. So I wouldn't say I have no concerns, but I would say that it's, because again, all of this is construction is going to be challenging. So all of it gives me, some concerns because it's major construction. We want to make sure that we're managing it correctly, but they do see it as a viable, feasible alternative.
Right. Now, before this particular, if this route were to be considered, before it gets into the construction phase, are there points at which the city of Cambridge would step in to, as an overseer, as kind of inspecting whether the plans are up to date and whether they are ready to go? I mean, in terms of actually constructing this project, is there a point at which you would get in again to verify?
I think that's a continuous process. So again, the team, and I've transitioned out a little bit, but Jim continues to meet with the Eversource team bi-weekly, looking at additional information, looking at any of these kinds of issues. So our goal really is that we're working through these issues sort of on a continuous basis. And if there's any issues identified, say through a new test pit, or if we see an issue that comes up because of other construction that we're doing in the vicinity, we would be updating and, collaborating with Eversource throughout that process. So I see it more as a continuous process as opposed to very specific moments.
Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to MIT's proposed segment change along the current this discussed B29F West Road. Just to aid the discussion, I'll try sharing another document here. Just a minute. Just give me a minute. Just try to find the document.
Off the record. Smith, I'm just wondering, usually we take a mid-morning break around 11:15, so let me know when, is a good time to take a break within your questioning.
Okay.
Okay, back on the record.
I think I'll just finish with the discussion of the Grand Junction North to Albany proposed segment, and then we could go in for a break if that works.
That
Just
would
to
be fine,
maintain the
thank
flow. Thank you. Now, this figure here actually shows MIT's proposed segment changes for the Vassar Street segment that the company had proposed on its preferred route B29F West. Now, as you see here, this line in purple is what what MIT has proposed for an alternate route. Now, based of this, I read your testimony, and in page 4 of your testimony, you do observe that the city has reviewed MIT's proposed alternative segments as set forth in Exhibit MIT-WSP-1, which proposes to use portions of the Grand Junction Corridor, Massachusetts Avenue, Albany Street, Main Street, Broadway Street, and Wadsworth Street. Just for the record, could you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, just to jog your memory, on this proposed segment change, basically, MIT is proposing that, from Broadway, again, it would, this route would run, let me just see if I can move around a bit.
And just for the record, the figure that is up on the screen is Exhibit MIT-WSP-6,
Yeah,
page
and
1 of 4.
1 of 4, yeah. So here, as you see, it moves from along Broadway and then moves into, the Galilei highway, crosses Main Street, and that all of that is similar to what the company has proposed. Now, thereafter, deviating from the company's alignment, it moves along the south side of the Main Street, basically here that you see, right? I mean, it moves along the south side of the Main Street. It moves into Albany. It runs along Albany for about 1,285 linear feet. It has this bend into the Massachusetts Avenue, and then again bends back to the northern portion of the Grand Junction corridor. Now, as you may be aware, the company has had reservations regarding this route, and some of the challenges that they see in implementing this alignment, it includes routing through the Albany Street, especially since the city has required of the company to avoid construction along the street, and also because of the presence of the MWRA sewer line. But another challenge that the city mentioned was trenchless crossing of the rail track. And then the longitudinal transmission line laying along the MBTA red line about here, right? And then the compound turns and risks these compound turns pose to utilities.
I'm sorry, and the compound terms.
Compound turns and the risks these compound turns pose to utilities. The utility density along the Grand Junction corridor as such, right? And you did mention this earlier in your discussion, the lack of minimum space requirements just to draw the duct banks, just to make space for the splice walls or the manholes that might be required for maintenance purposes. So can you talk to these specific challenges along these routes and share your opinion?
Sure. I'd say that, the most significant concern is around that Main Street and then the turn up. So while this is similar to the company's route coming down, Galileo and then across Main Street down Vassar Street, it's crossing Main Street and the red line on a perpendicular. So it's a straight crossing. So the concerns that, we've had is the one fitting in just the lines along the red line without encasing all of our other utilities. And what are the structures that are required to support the various bends? And then also, and again, I have not seen any detailed plans, to the best of my recollection, about how you would get under the Grand Junction. So if you're on Main Street, that line, how you get under the Grand Junction or under the MBTA. I think there were some discussions in the MIT's filings about going under the red line there. And it's unclear to me how you would jack a line underneath the red line. And I don't see that there's any space for jacking pits on Main Street. And then I also don't see how you jack. Typically, when you're jacking underneath something like that, you're doing it in a straight line. So you have a jacking pit on one side, a jacking pit on the other side, and those are connected by a line. And so it was unclear to me how you would make that turn and jack underneath the red line. You're on mute, sorry.
Just so I clarify for myself, going back and sharing. So what I understand is on the MIT proposed route, which they identify as Grand Junction North to Albany that we just discussed, moving from Mass Avenue, bending into Albany, and then moving along the main street on the side of the main street, that particular alignment actually crosses the main street at the point where the company proposed it would cross. At that point, actually MIT's proposed alignment meets the company's preferred alignment. So I'm just trying to understand when you said crossing the red line, at what portion did you,
At
see
that
challenges
end?
Wait, I can hear the question. At what portion did you?
anticipate challenges?
So I would anticipate challenges. I mean, one, the entire length of Main Street, but the part I was raising was as that hits the company's red alignment there's a hard bend in a street where there's not a lot of space. And so I have not seen any engineering drawings or designs that would show how you could make that turn. So when you connect the orange line to the red line, right? Or the purple line to the red line, like that junction down there where it says,
Right.
B29F alternative end, you're meeting the company's alignment, but it's squeezed in between the red line and buildings and street, other infrastructure, and you're trying to make a hard left turn there.
Okay, I get it.
Does that?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. Yeah. Now, as much as you can, answer me on this, are there any, you've kind of talked about the points of, reservations you have in your own opinion on this route. So are there any mitigation measures or revisions the city would propose to this alignment, that is MIT proposed Grand Junction corridor north to Albany segment or parts of it for a favorable consideration by the city?
Based on the information we've received, we haven't seen it to be a physically viable alternative. And so it's unclear to me what sort of mitigations or that we would look for. So that's not it's more of a physical constraint issue. If that answers the question.
Right. I'm just trying. So you did mention, for example, this is a place that you would want designed better, right? I mean, this particular busy intersection here. So similarly, now there is a segment that would move, that you, as you see, moves along the Albany Street, right? So I'm trying to identify, are there parts of MIT's proposed route segment alignments that the city is, okay with, and are there some segments that the city absolutely wants a redesign on? Is there some um, thought? Can you share some thoughts on that as to what of this alignment is most problematic?
I would say two-phased is, one is that we haven't heard that's a viable alternative in terms of meeting the electrical layout that Eversource needs for the transmission mains. And again, that's not something I can judge, but, concerns about the overall feasibility of the line for the transmission design. From the
Right.
city's perspective, again, going back to the concerns are not seeing it viable in terms of Main Street and then that connection to Galileo. And so we have not seen a layout that really looks at, what are those radius turns? What are the manhole structures that would be required to support this design? And so that is information that we haven't received and, can't evaluate it. And based on the information that we have, don't see it as being viable. So it's hard to say, oh, there are these mitigations, because based on the information we've seen, we have not seen this as a superior route, or it has significant space issues.
So what I understand from what I heard is part of your reservation is the amount of design detail that has been presented. Would I be right?
Correct. And then, I think when we're gone through these routings, it's really a phased approach. Like, is there enough in this proposal that, oh, this is a viable route and should be taken to the next level of effort? And that's sort of the process that we've gone through with Eversource from the beginning about, is this a viable route at a 10% concept, so that it makes sense to go to the 25% concept, so that it makes sense to pursue it. And again, that's pretty consistent with utility in any kind of design process that we work on. And so we haven't sort of seen information that will put us in a position to support taking this to that next level.
That is clarifying. So what we heard in MIT's testimony was that this particular alignment, that is what they identify as, Grand Junction North to Albany segment, that has been proposed is at the level of a 25% engineering design. So what I hear you say is, even before it got to a 25% design, these are segments that the company consulted the city of Cambridge regarding, and even when, say, even at a 10% design stage, many of these segments were not acceptable to the city. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to move on to the MIT's proposed Wadsworth segment.
Before you do that, Ms.
Yes.
Divakar, I think it's a good time to take our mid-morning break.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about it. Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's fine. Why don't we come back at 20 to 12? Is that enough, Fallon? Okay. Let's go off the record and I'll see everybody back here then. Okay, let's go back on the record, please. Ms. Divakar, would you like to continue your questioning of Ms. Watkins?
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. So at this point, I'd like to turn your attention to the company's preferred routes B2A East and P13 and discuss the Ames Street segment on those routes. So let me share screen. Now, this that you see shared is again figure 5-5A of the company's analysis. Just to jog your memory, Ms. Watkins, so both for the P13 marked here in blue, as well as the B2A marked here in the lighter red, or let's say pink, there are segments that are common along the Ames Street, right? So as described in pages 5-3 and 5-6 of the company's analysis, these routes follow Ames Street through the Main Street intersection and the MBTA Red Line subway tunnel running beneath it to the intersection with the Memorial Drive. The first question is, has the City of Cambridge reviewed this alignment?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if you could share your opinion in terms of constructability along the Ames Street segment. Now, the things that I'm mostly interested in is your opinion regarding the viability of this route segment in terms of accommodating the 2 transmission line duct banks, the associated manholes and splice walls along the Ames, as well as, the Main Street crossing, including the crossing of the MBTA Red Line subway tunnel underground?
Sure. So again, this would be, part of these ongoing review meetings folks are having with Eversource, looking at the details. And again, I put this out there that all of these routes are challenging. And within that bucket, do see this as a reasonable and appropriate route. And I think particularly when you look at some of the alternatives and the additional challenges they have, we do see this as a more preferable route.
Okay. You have reviewed the methods by which the company proposes to, route beneath the Main Street crossing, including the crossing of the MBTA Red Line subway tunnel, right?
Again, I want to be clear, like the global we have, I specifically, that is a detail that more Jim Wilcox and Ted Bulger have been looking at. But again, as the route, we are comfortable with what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me turn your attention to MIT's proposed segment change to the company's preferred B2A and P13 routes. So if you'll give me a minute to share screen. Now, this figure that I'm referencing is exhibit MIT WSP 6, and the pages I have the page that I'm sharing is page 2 of that exhibit. Yeah. So here we go. Now, as described in page 23 of MIT-WSP-1, which is the MIT testimony, there are portions of MIT's preferred segment change along Wadsworth Street that are common to the company's preferred routes B13 and B2A. Now, this includes 1,000+ feet, along the Broadway before crossing the Broadway into the Galaxy Park, and this is where the 3rd Street meets Broadway, and then moving down along Wadsworth Street. There is about 820 linear feet of run that MIT is proposing along the Wadsworth Street. Now referring to exhibit EFSB RS-22, parenthesis 3, wherein the company identifies its reservations with this Wadsworth Street segment. There are some challenges that the company particularly mentions. This includes the lack of space along the utility-dense Broadway and its intersection with the 3rd Street, the commitments to protect trees along the Broadway and in the Galaxy Park, the MBTA Red Line subway tunnel crossing moving across the main street, inadequate space along Wadsworth to accommodate a large enough duct bank housing both the transmission lines, the associated manholes, and the splice walls, if any. Now, if you could share your opinion on these specific challenges for this segment.
I would say that we would have similar concerns. Wadsworth Street has been recently reconstructed to support a lot of utilities associated with Matimco development on the south side of Main Street. And so there's been a significant amount of construction there and a significant amount of time spent finding space for those utilities. So I think we would have concerns about that. Again, we haven't seen engineered plans of how it could work. And so again, so let me just stop there. And then I would say through Galaxy Park, it is a park and an open space. And so that would certainly not be a first choice in terms of locating utility lines. And so we try really hard to avoid open space, particularly where you have those large mature trees in that park. And then again, I would emphasize that intersection of 3rd and Broadway is a particularly challenging intersection that, again, those weekly meetings with Matimco going back was really focused on that piece of Broadway and that intersection. And so I would say that is one of the more challenging locations.
Okay. Following up on that response, now if the city would reconsider, are there any mitigation measures or revisions the city would propose to this segment change or parts of it for a favorable consideration?
Again, not based on what I've seen to date.
Okay, again, would it be right for me to read that the reasons are the same that you mentioned for the Grand Junction North to Albany alignment, wherein you mentioned the level of design wasn't, good enough for you to actually make a decision? That was one that you mentioned.
Yes, I would agree with that. Again, it's very similar in the sense of, based on the information that we have, not feeling like there's a viable, and certainly not a preferable project here that makes sense to take it to that next level of design.
Okay. So again, you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? What I get is, just as you mentioned for the Grand Junction North to Albany, even if it was a 10% design, the choice of routes doesn't seem a viable option to you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, thank you, Ms. Watkins. Those are the questions I had for Ms. Watkins. If anybody else among my colleagues have follow-up questions, please go ahead.
Seeing none, I believe that concludes the staff's questions of Ms. Watkins. Mr. DeTore, do you have questions for Ms. Watkins?
MIT has no questions, thank you.
Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have any questions for Ms. Watkins?
I just have one, if I could. Good morning, Ms. Watkins. I'm David Rosenzweig, and I'm counsel for Eversource on this matter. And I just wanted to ask your opinion on one issue that didn't come up directly when staff was asking you about the routing alternative that MIT has proposed that involves the use of the Grand Junction corridor to Albany Street. And I wanted to know if you could expand on some of your answers to address whether you have concerns about the use of Albany Street, separate and apart from some of the other issues you've also raised as concerns.
Sure. Yeah, we didn't really touch base on Albany Street. So Albany Street, so from our initial, and I, went back to like sort of April 2020 when we provided initial feedback to Eversource on the routes and looking through, the various corridors and what the challenges were. We identified a significant preference to not locate these facilities on Albany Street, and that's really driven by a couple different factors. So one is there's an MWRA sewer main that collects sewage from, the entire MIT and Cambridgeport area. And so that is a major regional facility. And MWRA has an easement for the entire street based on their facility there. So that's one piece. And then the other piece is the city, in collaboration with Somerville and MWRA, is working on a combined sewer overflow plan where we're looking at all of our facilities throughout the city to understand how we can reduce combined sewer overflows into the Charles River and into the Alewife Brook. So we could go on for about 2 hours, but we won't. But enough to say that that plan is going to come out with recommendations for upgrades to both our sewer system and drainage systems, as well as MWRA's. And so we know that there's a significant infrastructure need on Albany Street in terms of meeting that regional requirement to reduce combined sewer overflows and maintain MWRA's facility. And to that end, when we did construction several years ago on Main Street, we provided a stub for a drain line into Albany Street that would then facilitate future expansion and improvements in the drainage system in that area. So Albany Street is a critical corridor for both the MWRA and the city, both in terms of its existing function, as well as the need to continue to expand and improve our infrastructure, reduce combined sewer overflows to the rivers, and really have cleaner water.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have any questions for Ms. Watkins?
I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, do you have any redirect for Ms. Watkins?
No redirect for the city. Thank you.
In that case, Ms. Watkins, we greatly appreciate your testimony today and taking the time to participate in the hearings. And you are excused.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So, Mr. Shapiro, would you like to begin putting Mr. Postlethwaite on as a witness?
Yes. Mr. Postlethwaite, I hope you are still here. Brian, are you in the call?
He is, he just needs to activate his audio.
Perfect. Okay.
Everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Brian. Yes.
Could you speak up just a little bit, Brian?
I'm sorry, since I've been off for a while, I lost my speakers.
Oh, but we can hear you now. Thank you.
Yes. The city of Somerville will be presenting testimony from Brian Postlethwaite. We ask that the board adopt his testimony as written. And I would just ask Brian to clarify if he has any additional points relative to the underground underground facility reference in your testimony. But besides that, we are adopting his written testimony, and that is all incorporated by reference.
So before Mr. Postlethwaite begins his testimony, he needs to be sworn.
Sure.
So if you can raise your hand so that you can see it in your screen, thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, so thank you. So Mr. Postlethwaite, do you wish to offer any additional testimony regarding the reference to underground facilities in your testimony?
Yes. Generally, I rest with my written testimony as provided. I just wanted to take a moment to emphasize one of our primary interest in this project. In general, we have worked very collaboratively with Eversource on this project for about running on 3.5 years now, and have been really happy with our engagement with the company and their reaction to our requests and interests along these corridors. The key concern here is that this line runs through a old industrial area of the city with very narrow rights of way, some of them going as narrow as 30 feet wide. And though we believe that it is definitely possible and that this is an appropriate route, we do believe that there are some externalities and some conflicts that this creates, and primarily due to the large number of existing utilities along this corridor, the age of those utilities, that once locating the transmission line through this area, we call this area Boynton Yards. Once it is located there, we believe that it is unlikely that future utility work, the addition of future utility lines could be installed. And so we believe that it is appropriate for the company to, at this point, in conjunction with constructing the transmission line, to install all the necessary facilities and infrastructure to place the overhead utility lines that exist along this corridor underground. Because after this work is completed, we don't believe it's realistic for any future project to realistically construct that. Furthermore, this area of the city is in a high rate of redevelopment. It is one of our designated transformational districts in the city, and it has already received a large amount of development. Typically, when those large developments come through, both the developer and the city agree that the adjacent utility lines should be put underground. This is evidenced by a number of other projects in the immediate vicinity, and we believe that it is, and for that reason, as development expands along this corridor that the company is looking for their transmission line, that if we do not work with the company and have them put these lines underground now as part of this project, we will lose that opportunity in the future. And so that is a slight elaboration, but generally consistent with my written testimony. And I'm otherwise open for questions unless David has something else to say.
No, nothing else to add. Any questions? We're happy to have Mr. Postlewaite address.
Okay, on behalf of the bench, I think I will start. Good afternoon, Mr. Rosthwaite. Now you've heard Ms. Watkins' testimony regarding the interactions between the City of Cambridge and Eversource, as well as other interest groups regarding the routing of the project's transmission lines. Could you describe how Somerville has been involved in any of the interactions with Eversource and any other specific groups regarding the project and the project routing?
Sure. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we've been working with Eversource for about 3.5 years, since the spring of 2020, on this routing. These have been roughly bi-weekly or every other week meetings throughout that period. And we have regularly discussed their proposed routings through various parts of Somerville, and have provided our recommendations on routes that we did not think were feasible, and they have accepted those recommendations. The routes through Boynton Yards, we agreed, were the most feasible, and have supported them.
And have other entities participated in joint discussions with the City of Somerville and Eversource with regard to the project and the project routing?
Not with the city, to my recollection.
Have city residents participated with the City of Somerville regarding the project and project routing, with either the city serving as a clearinghouse for resident concerns or as a conduit to provide those concerns to Eversource?
Generally, no. This area of the city does not have a large number of residents. It is mostly an old industrial area with a lot of commercial development. We have been aware of conversations between some of the residents around Columbia and Webster when that previous route was being considered. I'm unaware of any conversations with property owners or residents along the South Street corridor that is currently proposed. We do know that that the company has engaged with the property owners who are actively developing their property in the Boynton Yards. It is our understanding that those have been generally collaborative and productive conversations, but we have not been, as the city, part of those conversations directly.
Can you tell me if the city had representatives who attended any open houses or other outreach meetings that Eversource may have conducted within Somerville with regard to the project?
I believe that I may have attended one or two, but generally most of the conversations in open houses have been with respect to the routing in Cambridge, and we have not been as highly attending them due to the short length of the routing in the city.
Does Somerville see the newest variation that was presented by Eversource on September 9th, 2023 as the best alternative route through the city of Somerville?
You'll have to excuse me. There's been a number of variations of the routes, and I would need something more than a date to be abundantly clear that I'm speaking to the same route that you are.
So, Mr. Postlethwaite, would you be familiar with the company's motion for a supplemental notice for a slightly redesigned hybrid route through Somerville?
If that is the route that proceeds down South Street and Windsor Street, then yes.
Okay, thank you. Did Somerville participate with Eversource in the design of the current variation?
In the selection of the routing, yes. I use the term design very specifically to the design of the construction, so that no. But to the selection of the route, yes.
Does Somerville support the company's motion for a supplemental notice for the revised hybrid route variation through Somerville?
Yes, with the statement regarding the overhead wires that I previously made, both in writing and verbally.
You state that the route would result in substantial impacts on a temporary basis during construction. Can you describe those impacts?
Yes, our initial observation, much of the route runs on extraordinarily narrow rights of way, some down to 30 feet wide. We expect that any work on those routes will likely require complete closure of the streets for the duration of the construction on that corridor. We consider that substantial.
So would traffic impacts and their potential impacts on the residents of Somerville be the primary impact that you're concerned about with regard to construction?
I would expand that to beyond just residents, but also the employees that are employed in the city. This is becoming a large employment centroid in the city, and these streets are used both by residences and employees, and that will be a hardship, yes.
You also state the route will result in substantial impacts on a permanent basis once it's constructed. Can you describe those impacts?
Sure. And I will refer to probably the most challenging section, which is South Street, between Medford Street and Harding. However, this does exist throughout the majority, just not to the same extreme. But South Street, being 30 feet wide, has 3 sewer lines that run through it and a large water line that runs through it. And presumably it also has an Eversource gas line that supplies adjacent buildings. That leaves a vanishingly small amount of space to provide the transmission line that the company is proposing. We believe that it is possible to fit that in. We also believe that it will be challenging. And once installed, will make it difficult to do further work in the corridor. So we want to make sure that the company works with the city to get this right the first time.
And so one of your main concerns then is the continuing erosion of available space for future underground facilities in that immediate area, if, for example, the transmission lines are installed by Eversource as proposed?
I think that's a fair characterization, yes.
Are you participating in the development of a host community agreement with Eversource to address those impacts?
We have been engaged with initial discussions on that, yes.
And have those discussions been concluded yet?
No.
Could you please provide some additional information regarding your request that Eversource remove existing distribution lines and other private overhead utilities presently existing to underground all of those facilities in duct banks along the proposed transmission route in Somerville?
I'm trying to understand the question, so if I don't answer it the first time, please check me on that. There are both existing distribution electrical lines, literally cantilevered over the roadway of South Street. In the remainder of the corridor, it's the distribution lines are more generally balanced on utility poles at the intersection or where the sidewalk and the roadway meet. But in addition to that, to my understanding, there are also all of the telecommunication lines serving this area on them, whether those are Verizon, RCN, Comcast, et cetera. I can't be for certain, but Eversource is the owner of the poles, to our understanding, and they essentially function as landlords for those other utilities.
Have you asked Eversource to contact these other public and potentially private utility facilities, the owners of these other public and potentially private infrastructure to determine if they are amenable to the relocation of their existing facilities as proposed by Somerville?
Those conversations have only just begun. I'm not aware if the company has reached out to their tenant utilities or not.
And has Somerville reached out on its own account with regard to this particular proposal? Other than to Eversource?
No, we've only spoken to Eversource today.
Would Eversource and the city need to secure agreement from these other owners?
I do not know how the other users have, what legal rights the other private utilities have to Eversource's utility poles. I don't know if I could answer that question better.
That's fine, thank you. Has the city asked the company to develop an analysis to determine if the removal of all these other utilities is feasible and if they could be installed within a duct bank system as proposed by the city of Somerville?
I don't believe that we asked it as directly as you just stated, but I believe that message was received and that they are working to determine whether it is feasible and how it could be executed.
And has the company raised any concerns about how that particular relocation could be accommodated within the bounds of the proposed underground duct bank facilities in an area that you describe as congested and along a street that you describe as narrow in your testimony?
So I don't think I should be speaking for Eversource on that.
I'm not asking you, I'm just asking you if they've presented any concerns to you regarding that issue.
The primary concern that I recall hearing from them is not whether it could be done, but the cost and complexity of executing the work.
Do you know how Eversource would be compensated for the cost of removing the other utility infrastructure?
That has not been discussed.
Do you know would other ratepayers bear any cost burden associated with either undergrounding the existing distribution lines and undergrounding any other of the utility infrastructure?
That has not been discussed.
Has Somerville discussed with Eversource any issues related to grounding transmission lines or distribution lines, such as the relative time to restore service in the event of a fault, or the relative time to potentially identify a fault for underground lines versus above ground lines?
That has not been discussed.
Can you tell me why Somerville wants to underground the utilities in this area? Is the primary concern visual impacts?
The driving, there are members of the community that would agree with the visual impacts being the biggest concern. From the administration's perspective, our driving, though we share that opinion, our driving interest is twofold. One is that utility or developers who are executing work along this corridor regularly, if not almost always, receive their electricity underground. And so we believe that that is the preferred route for electrical distribution and connection to the new developments along this corridor. The second piece is the work that they do regularly involves substantial changes to the rights of way on the surface. And our experience elsewhere in the city, but also in this district, is that regularly results in the need to relocate the utility lines underground. And we are concerned that if that is not executed now as part of this project, that will not be an opportunity available to the city or the adjacent property owners in the future.
Do safety concerns of the city play a role in the desire to have the lines placed underground?
So there's a number of different safety concerns that could be of interest here. As I was suggesting earlier, much of the reason why adjacent development projects are that we work with them to redesign the streetscape is to provide a much safer streetscape. That often involves providing safer roadways for motorists, cyclists, etc., but also a safer sidewalk area and one that is more accessible. We often find that the utility poles are often poorly placed and placed before ADA regulations occurred, and so are not very conducive to making streets successfully compliant. And though we haven't done an analysis on this corridor, that is not unusual to experience. The second piece is there is some interest in undergrounding lines to provide a more resilient electrical network, but not being an electrical engineer myself and understanding the big picture of that, I don't think I could provide anything definitive on that.
Has there been a history of safety issues associated with the existing overhead distribution and other private utilities located on the poles in this area?
Not any more so in this area than elsewhere in the city. But it is not uncommon to have power outages due to overhead lines being damaged, typically due to weather.
You stated that Somerville intends to continue to coordinate alignment, and noted continuing development could impact the routing for the line. Do you see a risk of further changes to the route alignment as part of that process?
Risk is usually thought of as a negative thing, but if we were to take that as a positive term, yes, there is a risk that so as I mentioned earlier, the Boynton Yards neighborhood is actively being redeveloped. And the duration of this project, many design changes could occur by property owners and the city regarding public rights of way during that period of time. And we have identified one that is likely, and that's the alignment of South Street may change over the course of their design work. And if we want to preserve the ability to coordinate with the company to realign the transmission line to the new alignment of South Street, if the timelines of both design elements coordinate to allow that. That said, the existing alignment of South Street will continue to be available even after realignment of South Street, based on our current planning.
So, for example, if there is some additional realignment of the route that's currently described by the company in its motion for a second supplemental notice, is it your understanding that the company could need to either issue an additional notice depending on the extent of that change, or if it occurred, for example, after potentially the approval of the route by the siting board, that the company would have to potentially secure additional approvals from the siting board in order to proceed to construct that route?
I don't fully understand what approvals Eversource requires to realign that particular section of the transmission line. What additional approvals they would need with the siting board. We are just acknowledging that the alignment of South Street may change, potentially before, but more likely after the siting board approval, and that we would like Eversource to have the flexibility to work with the city to realign the transmission line under the new alignment of South Street if the design of such can coordinate well with the actual change in the field.
Do you have any comment regarding the company's request on how the supplemental notice for the most recent hybrid route through Somerville should be noticed?
You're asking if I have a comment on how it was noticed?
Well, it has not yet been noticed. The company has filed a motion to have it noticed before the siting board, and it's currently pending. I'm asking if the city of Somerville has reviewed that motion and the manner in which the company proposes that notice be issued to adjacent residents and landowners, and whether the city of Somerville has a comment on the company's proposed notice.
We take no exception to their proposed notice.
Does anyone else on the bench have any questions for Mr. Postlethwaite? In that case, do any of the other parties have questions for Mr. Postlethwaite?
Company does not.
MIT does not.
Cambridge has none.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Shapiro, do you have any redirect for your witness?
No questions, thank you.
In that case, Mr. Postlethwaite, you are excused. We appreciate your testimony today, and I'm grateful for your participation in our review of the company's proposal.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Thank you.
So I'd like to ask if anyone has anything else that needs to be addressed for today. At the moment, we are scheduled to proceed on Friday morning with rebuttals, surrebuttal, potentially other cleanup issues to the extent we can address those. So would anyone like to weigh in?
Ms. Starkey, I think Attorney Rosenzweig had indicated on Monday that Ms. Klein will not be available Friday onwards. Is that correct, Mr. Rosenzweig?
I did, and I was anticipating that at the end of the examination of the city of Somerville and the city of Cambridge as witnesses, that examination of the company's panel would proceed from Mr. Dettori from MIT, who had reserved examination for today. So our panel is prepared to be subject to Mr. Dettori's, Attorney Dettori's examination. It would be good to use that time, and that might address any or many of the remaining issues that we may have, with which might cover rebuttal or redirect, if you will, particularly in Ms. Klein's area. And I don't know the scope of Mr. Dettori's questions, but we would want the opportunity to have her available to address that, because she's been a meaningful part of the hearing so far.
I apologize. All right, in that case, why don't we take our lunch break now? Come back at 1:30 and we will resume with questions for the company's witnesses.
Thank you.
Off the record?
Hey Donna, just so you know, your camera's on.
Thanks, Lauren. back on the record. Mr. Rosenzweig, are your witness panels available for further questioning?
I believe so. I was just checking the participant list to make sure that we're fully present. You just give me a couple seconds. I think we are. Thank you.
Okay. Then, Mr. Dottori, would you like to begin with your questions?
Yes, I feel a bit outnumbered, but I will do my best.
I'm sorry, John, you're very echoing. What?
Really?
Yeah.
That better?
Yes.
All right. Give me 1 sec, guys.
Take your time.
I apologize for the mess. There's quite a few documents. All right, good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is John Dottori. I am representing MIT in this proceeding. I have a few questions. Many of them will be addressed to an individual member of the panel because I'll be referencing either responses to information requests or excerpts from the transcript, but I certainly have no objection if other members of the panel want to add anything relevant. I'd like to start by turning to Eversource's response to information request EFSB-RS-21 subpart B. I believe that's Mr. Lanham's response.
One moment while I try to pull that up, please. So that was information request RS-20. 21, bear with me.
All right, take your time, sir.
Thank you. I think I'm ready.
Okay. And again, directing your attention specifically to subparagraph B, if you want to review that quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I do believe that's in regards to some routing along a public way in Vassar Street. I might need some of my colleagues to help provide additional detail that are on this panel today. Okay,
well, let me ask the question if I'm happy to hear from any other members of the panel. You say in here that the rerouting, I'm paraphrasing, would shift the financial burden to the company and its ratepayers. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does that sentence assume that the cost of the MIT alternative is higher than the cost of the Eversource alternative?
I can answer that question. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Eversource maintains the position that the MIT alternatives are more expensive than the routes put on the record. I would also point you in the direction that any delay in the project will also increase the cost of the project. So that is also included in that response.
Okay. Thank you. So by delaying the project, would that also include different durations of completing the construction along either of the two alternatives?
Would you please expand upon that?
Sure. So if hypothetically it took longer to construct the Eversource preferred route than it took to construct the MIT route, again, asking this hypothetically, would that, is that what you were talking about when you meant, you would you refer to delay in the project?
No, that is not. The routes that have been proposed by Eversource that are on the record and the schedule that has been outlined includes the construction of the substation and all of the transmission line routes. Any change to what has been proposed by Eversource that subsequently results in a delay of the proceedings would result in a in-service date of the project, which would increase our AFUDC costs.
Well, isn't the relevant timeframe something that would extend the completion of the construction of the proposed project?
Eversource has analyzed our proposed routes and is confident they will meet the duration of construction that we have outlined and the in-service date that has been provided on the record.
Okay, but I'm not sure you answered my question. The question is, when we're talking about delays adding to the cost of the project, isn't the relevant delay any delay in the completion of the project? In other words, hypothetically, a decision in this proceeding might or might not be delayed, but that's really only relevant if it delays the completion of the overall project, correct?
Any delay in a decision from the EFSB will result in a delay in the in-service date of the project. Our schedules have been incorporate the density of utilities and the work that would need to happen in the streets. So therefore, any changes in those routes will inherently result in a change in the project schedule, therefore increasing the cost.
So your assumption is that any change, so your assumption is that, for example, adoption of the MIT proposed routes will necessarily delay the completion of the project? Is that your assumption?
Our assumption is that to review the routes and to bring them to the existing level of engineering will take at least 1 to 2 years, and that would inherently delay the project.
And so that's the basis.
Let me also add.
Yeah, sure.
Wait.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So the characterization of assumption and review routes, we would need to design the routes. Right now, the routes put forth by MIT are lines on a page. We would need to go through like our very rigorous process to design the routes. So there is no assumption around the validity, the constructability like of those routes. It would just be a level of effort to get to a point where we could make a decision. And to Ms. Benjamin's point, we believe we would be right back here putting forth the preferred and notice alternative routes that we've captured in the petition.
So, is it your testimony that it would take Eversource 1 to 2 years to complete the design of MIT's proposed alternatives?
So again, that would be something we would need to investigate.
Well, so
do
you know or do you not know at this point?
Yes, we have put on the record and would continue to support that in a similar circumstance. It took us a year to collect the necessary survey drawings, to advance the engineering, to negotiate with MBTA about crossing and co-locating with their infrastructure, as well as attaining the necessary property rights to proceed with the project. For that all to happen and to notice the abutters, it would be what we're anticipating at least a year of time.
And which route, are you referring to any specific route when you're talking about something that took a year to do?
Yes, in our development of the hybrid route in Somerville, it took us approximately a year to gain approvals to do surveys on private property owners. Those surveys are then needed to complete the engineering, which we then proceeded with the engineering, and that engineering is then subsequently taken to get the necessary approvals from the property owners and the owners of the infrastructure that we're crossing.
Right. So all those three that you talked about, the surveys, engineering, approval from the owners, and in this particular case, the private owner would be MIT, is that correct?
We have to remember the streets are owned by the city of Cambridge. If we're talking about the Grand Junction corridor, it's partially owned by MIT. It's also owned by MBTA. We have to go through a lengthy process to gain approval from MBTA to do surveys and soil borings that are necessary for the engineering.
And you've gone through that process for the routes that go along the MBTA Grand Junction corridor?
We have followed that process for the routes going to Somerville.
All right, I'll come back to that. Thank you. I'd next like to go to page 861 of the transcript.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dutore, can you reference what volume that's in?
Sorry, volume 5.
Thank you.
John, can we just have a moment to get that material to our witnesses?
You can take whatever time you need to do the questioning. I understand there's a lot of material to keep track of. I believe this was testimony from Mr. Howard.
John, I'm sorry. Nice to see you again, by the way, John. Mr. Dutore, excuse me.
That's fine.
Can you tell me what the page number was again? I'm sorry.
Of course, it's volume 5. The bottom of it is page 861, which is in the bottom right-hand corner, and in particular lines 15 through 24. So if you have a chance to take a look at those.
I see those, Mr. Dutore. Just let me take a moment to read through those lines.
Please take your time. Apologies for keep moving around, but
it's not a problem, Mr. Dutore. I've read those lines, Mr. Dutore.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. So in those lines, you are talking about the screening process that the company used to narrow down its routing universe to a set of candidate routes for scoring. Is that true?
Generally speaking, that narrow paragraph you've asked me to look at, yes, narrowly speaking, that's true.
Okay. And if you make reference to the company's petition, page 4-18, down at the bottom, section 4.5.2. Do you see that, sir?
I do, Mr. Dutore, entitled Screening Methodology.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. And it says that the universe of routes identified by the company, et cetera, consisted of 79 different route combinations. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that And then just generally speaking, the screening methodology was applied to that to reduce those 79 routes down to 22 candidates for scoring. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. DeTore.
Okay. And do you list those routes on table 4-2?
Bear with me, please.
Of course, take your time.
So table 4-2, beginning on page 4-27 and extending through page, well, I guess renumbered if we study it. So yes, 4-2 on page. Sorry, John, my PDF is scrolling fast. Sorry, Mr. DeTore. My PDF is scrolling
Please
fast.
take your time. No,
Yeah,
problem.
so that table describes in general terms the rationale for dismissing routes from further analysis, but to your broader question, Appendix 4-2 provides a summary of the universe of routes.
Yes, right. That was my next question. Thank you. So of those 79 routes, which one includes the MIT proposed Grand Junction North to Albany Street segment?
I'm just doing a word search, Mr. DeTore. That's why I'm typing. So there are several routes in the Brighton study area. We talk about the Grand Junction rail corridor. And I'll just point you to a couple. The B29 routes, the B28 routes.
We hold on, can we kind of take them one at a time as?
Sure, of course.
So is that B28 West?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that. Does that include any of the proposed MIT Grand Junction North segment to Albany Street? Can I stop for a minute here and just ask the panel if I refer to the MIT route as the MIT Grand Junction North segment, whether that would be satisfactory so I don't have to keep saying to Albany Street 10 times. That's what I'd be referring to.
That's fine, Mr. DeTore. We just, so you know, our witnesses will view the MIT proposed routes from not just as a segment, but as a end-to-end corridor that it would need to follow, because it may not just be the limited characterization of the name you give it that has issues or considerations that the company weighed in its route selection process.
Oh, of course. I didn't have any substantive motive, just saving a little bit of time, that's all.
Yeah, Mr. DeTore, I'm doing my very best to be responsive to your questions. There's a lot of routes, as you can imagine, and a lot of words. I'll just use one as.
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, I'm happy to do it as a record request. I don't want to take too much of your time. I can make a record request for you to identify which of the 79 universe of routes includes the proposed MIT Grand Junction North to Albany Street segment. Do you understand the question?
I do understand the question, Mr. DeTore, but as you know, we did not propose the routes that have been identified by MIT. What you will find in these tables are combinations of routes where those segments were analyzed and screened out for different reasons that we've already testified to.
Well, you're free to respond to the question any way you'd like. Just
Does
Well,
the
I'll-
company understand the record request?
Yes, we understand the record request. Mr. Jatori would like us to compile and summarize the information in the petition as it pertains to MIT's requests.
Well, that's not, maybe I wasn't clear in the way I expressed it, my apologies. I was asking the company to identify which one of the 79 universe of routes that are contained in the petition include the proposed MIT Grand Junction North to Albany Street segment. Is that clear? What?
We understand the question.
Outstanding. Thank you.
That would be record request MIT-1.
Thank you, Mr. Jatori.
Now, does the company's original preferred route the company's noticed alternative route, original notice alternative route S-11C, and the company's now, I believe it's their preferred hybrid route S-15, go along the Grand Junction North Rail Corridor?
The company's proposed preferred route is co-located in a location that the city of Cambridge has acquired for future multi-use rail corridor, which is adjacent to the Grand Junction corridor.
Is it in the same Grand Junction North corridor that the proposed MIT Grand Junction North segment is located?
It's located adjacent to the same corridor. However, it is offset from that corridor in a manner that is acceptable to the city of Cambridge to be able to develop and utilize a multi-use rail corridor.
So how far away is the end of the MIT Grand Junction North segment to the beginning of that portion of Eversource's S-15 route? Do you understand the question?
I do. I'm hoping one of my colleagues can pull up a map and measure the difference.
Yeah, I'm just really looking at an approximate, say maybe 2,000 feet. Would that sound right? Or?
Looks like it's approximately 2,700 feet, give or take.
Okay, thank you. Has any member of the panel walked both the MIT Grand Junction North corridor as well as Eversource's proposed S-15 corridor?
Yeah.
Eversource has walked portions of the corridor as we were able to attain approval from property owners. The MIT's proposed corridor has been walked by Eversource, at least on the section that's owned by MBTA. As for the portion owned by MIT, I do not believe we have been on that property. Mr. Wells can correct me because we do not traverse private property without previous approval.
if I understood, if I may have missed it, but are you talking about the MIT property south of Massachusetts Avenue, or are you talking about north of Massachusetts Avenue?
I'm talking about the portion of the, not very good at geography, but I'm talking about the portion of the MIT proposed Grand Junction segment that runs along the the Grand Junction corridor.
So we have to confirm Mrs. Benjamin's statement. We did traverse the MBTA or the MassDOT rail, which is the MBTA portion of the Grand Junction Rail corridor. We did traverse that, but the MIT property, the MIT parcels, I'm not aware that we traversed that piece of it.
So how does the width of the right of way along the railroad corridor compare between the MIT segment and the Eversource segment?
When you refer to Eversource segment, are you referring to Route S15 north of Binney Street?
S15, is it, let me ask you, does S11C follow essentially the same route?
It does.
Okay, so either of those.
I'm going to ask my engineering colleagues to discuss the width of the right-of-way, unless Mr. Wells wants to step in. There is a distinct difference in the Grand Junction corridor north of Binney Street. There's portions of property that have been acquired by the city of Cambridge through an agreement with Alexandria to allow for a multi-use trail that allows more space along that corridor. The length that is south of Massachusetts Ave has much more development around it. So, Ms. Klein, could you speak to the width of the corridors?
Sure. As far as the corridor that we're using for S15, in the portion of the Grand Junction corridor north of Broadway, I don't off the top of my head know the exact width of the open corridor, but we are in working with the city of Cambridge in looking to install our alignment within their multi-use path that's being developed. We have found that we can achieve typically about a 20-foot offset from the rail line, and have identified that the majority of our installation, excepting of locations where we'll likely need sheeting around manhole installations and other supportive excavation near trenchless crossings where sheeting will not be required because of the offset.
I'm sorry, and have identified that the majority of our installation, excepting of locations where we'll likely need sheeting around manhole locations and
other support of excavation for any trenchless crossings. Really, we're with the multi-use corridor, we're actually outside, with the multi-use path, I should say, we're outside of the rail corridor, except at locations where we're crossing the rail, and those locations have been discussed with the MBTA, and we're continuing to discuss with them. We're outside of the rail corridor, but still within their zone of influence in looking at locations where we might need sheeting and other supportive excavation to install our alignment. But we have found that we can achieve greater offsets from the rail in the corridor that we're developing with in the multi-use corridor that the city of Cambridge is developing, where we're looking to locate our line for S15. As discussed in previous testimony, there are long segments of the Grand Junction North where MIT is proposing between Mass Ave and west of Pacific Street, where due to existing congestion, we do not believe we will be able to achieve the required offset from the MBTA, and where extensive relocations and also the sheeting and supportive excavation will be required to install the alignment.
So you're able to achieve the 15-foot offset for the entirety of S15?
Excepting of locations where we're needing to cross the rail line, because the multi-use path that the city of Cambridge is developing crosses the rail at a number of locations. There are 3 points where we're crossing the rail line where we're going to be we have already discussed these locations with the MBTA, but otherwise the alignment itself can maintain the 15-foot required offset at a minimum.
And has the company prepared a plan that shows the alignment for S15?
Yes, we have. We've developed it to the same level of design, planning grade, plan and profile drawings as have been developed for the other 4 preferred alignments.
And is that plan and profile document in the records, you know?
I'd have to defer to others in my team. I don't know exactly what was submitted as part of that filing.
If they just say, I can make a record request for it, and if it's the answer is already in the record, you just point me to the.
We can do
That
that.
Location. Okay.
That would be record request MIT too.
Now, next I'd like to refer to page 857 of the transcript. I believe that's Mr. Abdullah, your testimony, sir. And it starts on the bottom of page 857 and goes to page 858. And in particular, I believe you're talking about, these are my words, the challenge of making perpendicular crossings of a rail track. Do you want to take a moment just to look at that, sir?
I believe that's also volume 5 of the transcript.
My apologies, Jeff, regarding Officer Shocking it is.
Okay, just a minute. You said it was 8:55?
No, sir, 857.
8:57, okay. You said the bottom?
Yes, sir. Starting on line 18.
Got it. Yes, I see it.
And would you agree that, wait, if you wouldn't mind just taking a quick look over onto page 858, where I think you continue the discussion.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I was just wondering if there was a question. Yep.
Yeah, no question, yeah, just referring you to that. So is it fair to say that in those sections of the transcript, you are describing the challenges of making a perpendicular crossing of a railroad?
No. So in this instance, I'm describing paralleling the existing rail corridor with our duct bank for that project and crossing under like other utilities that are making perpendicular crossings to the rail corridor.
Okay, well, I'm confused. So maybe you're talking about both because you say.
I'm sorry, John, I couldn't understand you.
Oh, sorry. Well, on lines 22 to 23.
What page?
I'm sorry, same page, sir. Page 857. Lines 23, you talk about perpendicular crossings. In that case, typically at street intersections, etc. You're not talking there about going under the tracks? over the tracks?
No,
You're not?
no. So if you look on line 20, right?
Right.
So it said paralleling 19, paralleling an existing rail corridor on a different project, providing experience where the complication of installing adjacent to a rail, requiring steel sheeting, and then also when there are perpendicular crossings, in these cases, typically at street intersections. So I'm saying there's a rail corridor, and at the street intersection, other utilities in the public way, not along the rail corridor, like are crossing the rail perpendicular. So if when we are paralleling that existing track, we also need to go under the other utility that would be going perpendicular to the track. So that was an additional complication.
Okay. And what about crossing under a track? Are there any challenges associated with that?
Certainly. The directorate, gives some clear guidance on their preference as far as being as perpendicular as possible, which is why, in early conversations with the T, we were looking to have conversations about requiring a waiver to go less than perpendicular to get across to stay in alignment with the multi-use trail that Cambridge is designing.
And so do you consider crossing under the railroad track to be a constructability challenge?
I guess I'm looking for some clarity around challenge.
Difficult to construct?
Difficult as in outside of what we typically do, like on a project by project basis? No.
And no, is it any different than making the perpendicular crossing parallel to the railroad?
Is crossing the rail corridor perpendicularly different from paralleling the existing rail corridor?
No, sir. Yes. Crossing I'm talking about comparing crossing underneath the railroad, right, to paralleling the railroad.
So, and your question is it different?
Yes. What's the difference between the two?
Oh, that depends on what's in the ground, right? What would define that difference?
And there are, when we're talking about crossings under the railroad track, how many of those are there in the S15 route?
If I can jump in to answer that question.
Yes, please.
There are 4 crossings proposed for the S15 route underneath MBTA infrastructure, 3 of them along the Grand Junction corridor, and 1 further north to cross under the Green Line extension and the Framingham commuter rail line.
And the crossing, the further north crossing, are you crossing 2 different railroad lines for that crossing?
There's multiple tracks, both of them managed and controlled by the MBTA.
Well, one is commuter rail, the Fitchburg commuter rail is not.
It's the Green Line and the commuter rail.
Okay.
And it's the Framingham line, not Fitchburg.
Framingham. And has the company received all its approvals from the MBTA to make those 4 crossings?
For the crossing of the Green Line and commuter rail, we're currently working with the MBTA. They currently have a design for it in review and moving forward and getting approvals for that crossing. We have,
Sorry, okay. Please continue.
thank you. For the other 3 crossings along the Grand Junction corridor, I might have to turn to others in my team who I joined the project a little over a year ago, who engaged in some of these original discussions, but I do know that we've been in discussions with the MBTA for a number of years on possible, the required crossings of the Grand Junction corridor that we're proposing for S15.
I can step in, and I'd also like Mr. Wells to speak to the correspondence with MBTA. As we've testified previously, there's several points where we touch with MBTA before we have an overall approval. As it related to the Green Line extension crossing, we did design and submit a previous location which was rejected by MBTA and had to proceed with finding a different location that was acceptable to them. As it pertains to the Green Line extension north of Binney, or from Binney and north, we have preliminary approval from MBTA on crossing the Grand Junction corridor in those locations. That's absence submitting a full design. We followed the expectations and agreements that the city of Cambridge had with MBTA along that Grand Junction corridor and those crossings.
So I just like to summarize the approvals that you would need from the MBTA for S15 and take them one at a time. First, you would need approval to place at least portions of the line along the Grand Junction Railroad corridor. Is that true?
We need approval for where we cross the Grand Junction corridor until we get into the private easements.
So you're saying you don't need any approvals you're not putting the line into any portion of the Grand Junction corridor for Route S15?
From what I believe Ms. Klein had said, and I'd like her to confirm, the alignment is outside of the 15-foot requirements of MBTA.
The entire line is? The entire line is? Yes.
That's correct, excepting those 3 locations where we're crossing underneath the rail line, which we have noted that we've been discussing with the MBTA.
Right. For which, at this point, at least, you don't have approval yet?
We have not gone through the formal MBTA sign-off process. We've done preliminary coordination.
Right, but there's no sort of written approval that you have, is that correct?
We have an email stating concurrence on our proposal.
An email. I'll make a record request for that email, please.
That would be record request MIT 3.
And you also need approval from the MBTA to cross under Grand Junction, to cross under the Framingham commuter line and the Green Line extension, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have that approval as yet either?
The MBTA has a robust approval process where we submit a proposal and then submit our designs that are then routed through various departments within MBTA. Our design is currently being routed through all of those departments for sign off.
So the answer to my question is no, you don't have that approval yet?
It's in process. It's been designed and submitted and in process.
And not yet approved?
Correct.
Thank you. And the crossing under the commuter rail and the Green Line extension, that will be a trenchless crossing, will it?
More specifically, a Jack and Boar crossing.
Jack and Boar. If we could next turn to page 895. Volume 5, sorry.
I'm sorry, 8-9, what?
Let me start again. Volume 5 of the transcript, page 895. Strike that, page 896.
Yes, I see it.
And then both you, Mr. Abdullah, and Ms. Klein were talking about compound bends in the context of MIT's proposed Grand Junction North to Albany Street segment, were you not?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
And if we stay with that same volume of the transcript and move to page 901, I think it's you, Ms. Klein, testified that the company limits the bends to a 50-foot radii for conduit installations.
Yes, that's correct. That's typically where we like to limit our installations
Right.
for the sake of being conservative and for ensuring that we're not going to have any issues with pulling tensions.
Thank you. I'd like to refer to attachment EFSB -P1. I believe it's 5.
T as in traffic.
No, P as in Paul.
Oh,
Your reference to 5, was that parens 5 or page?
Parens 5, sorry. Yes, thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. It's a map that shows the routings of the various Somerville routes. I don't know if we can possibly get up on the screen, or we can try to do that, but maybe staff might be in a better position to do that.
Yes, I see it.
Ms. Sharkey, should I bring that up?
I would like to bring it up. I think it'd be helpful to have on the screen.
Mr. Vittori, could you repeat the exhibit? Sorry.
Yes,
oh.
It's attachment EFSB. Oh, here it is.
Thank you, Ms. Bliss.
And is it the purple line that is the current noticed hybrid alternative route?
that is correct.
And are there any compound bends in that route?
Just so I can make sure the record's clear, I think the response to P1 was filed last August, and we had minor revisions that we incorporated into the S15 route that were provided in response to more recent information requests, which are now subject to our motion for additional notice. So I want to make sure we're looking at the correct /current route alignment that we're proposing. I don't know where your questions are going, but I want to make sure there's not a mismatch between what we're proposing and what your questions are.
Okay, so what? I mean, I'm happy to have the witnesses. I mean, I can, if there's another exhibit you think is more current, happy to look at that.
Right. Mr. Howard, maybe you could pull up the mapping that was associated with either, I think it was SCA 1-6 or EFSB-RS-19, maybe, by memory, one of those, and what mapping we have of the S50 route.
So much out there. I got the short stick here. Let me see.
I believe it was RS-19. Impressive memory, Mr. Rosenzweig.
It's under my pillow at night.
RS-19. Supplement 1, 19S1, Parens 1, Dave, you think that's
I'm sorry, I didn't
I'm
understand.
sorry, Alan, I'm mumbling. I have it. I can share my screen. I'll do my best, Mr. DeTore, to make the mouse work the way you want it to, but I will share my screen.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Can everybody see my screen?
Now, Ken.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
I just want to come a little closer if I can.
I can zoom in if I need to, Mr. DeTore. Just let me know.
That's okay.
That would work for me, Mr. Howard, if you could
Okay.
zoom in so much.
Then I shall do it. Does that work for Mr. DeTore and Ms. Sharkey or further?
The Zoom level is good for me. I'll leave it to Mr. DeTore to tell you if you need to scroll up or down.
All right. Standing by.
Maybe up a little bit. Okay, so what's labeled S15 is the solid purple route.
Correct.
Is that correct? So I guess I asked the same question, whether there are any compound bends in S15.
I'm sorry, were there any what?
Compound bends, BENDS.
Yes.
And did someone answer the question?
Yes, I would say yes. There's that I recall because when I was on the project, we were still at S1A. And so my understanding is that if you scroll up a bit more, coming out of the Jack and Bore operation that gets you into the US 2 parcel north of the rail corridor. When you come out of the jacking operation, then you ascend to with the duck bank in its typical cross section, you ascend to our typical depth. That would be a compound bend coming out of the jacking operation, going vertical. You're reducing the invert, and you're also taking a left, which is why we located manholes in this location, so that in the feeding of the cable, like in the installation, as Ms. Klein had noted, that's how you'd reduce the pulling tension that's experienced by the compound bend. You don't want to come from south or further away from that compound bend, because then you're pulling the weight, gravity, and friction in the conduit between the cable jacket and the conduit through the entirety of that manhole to manhole segment. That tension has built up just from the cable and friction under its own weight. And then you're multiplying that by the compound bend when you get out of the jacking operation. So we would feed in from the manholes that are closest proximity to the compound bend that you see here, which is why in the assessment of the routing along the Grand Junction Railroad at a really high level based on no real like engineering or design, we looked at it based on our decades of experience in designing transmission line infrastructure to say, oh, in order to accomplish this, like understanding the requirement, we would need to install a trenchless crossing and then also take a left onto a street. And so that would require us to add manholes. So that made that route less favorable, like at a really high level, just kind of based on our transmission line engineering experience.
So let's
just add.
Please go ahead.
Apologies, I just wanted to add to that. As Mr. Abdullah stated, you know, we have a requirement here, and with the thorough.
I'm sorry, we have what here?
There's
The requirement.
a requirement for the alignment here that has required a compound bend, and you can see there's also, you know, a sharp turn, you know, around Prospect Street to get into Station 402. Frequently, we have installations where, you know, through working with different agencies like the MBTA or different communities, we find ourselves requiring compound bends or installations that are, you know, not necessarily ideal, but we've done the thorough calculations for the pulling tensions to locate those vaults where we need them to be to ensure that the installation will be successful. Ideally, it's not something that we would have because it, you know, for our operation of the cable, we would like to limit them as much as possible, but where we need them, we account for it and do the required calculations to ensure that the design meets the need. I believe what the pages that you were referring to in the testimony, as Mr. Abdullah stated, were highlighting our concerns that the tight bends and some of the compound bends for the turn from Albany onto Mass Ave and then onto the Grand Junction North had not been sufficiently accounted for in the design or schematic that the WSP team had developed, in most likely needing additional vaults to deal with the concerning pulling tensions and sidewall pressures that we would expect for an installation as they were proposing.
So we're up near where it says Somerville substation number 402. Am I right? It looks like kind of a inverted U shape that's going in. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, an inverted view. What?
An inverted U shape, letter U shape. And what's the radii of that?
The radius, I don't know off the top of my head, but I would like to clarify there's a difference between a degree bend and the radius. The radius is a section of an arc of a circle between, you know, the two straight tangent points. The degree of a turn is, as you can see here, you know, how much around, you know, whether it's an acute angle, if it's less than 90, or, you know, typically we like to try to install between a 90 degree and 180 degree angle. This turn, I don't know the radius off the top of my head. I'd have to review the drawings where the radius is listed. But as I noted, just to the east of that inverted U, we locate the vaults for this installation. So very shortly after that challenging turn, we are identifying a splice point to minimize the impact of that challenging portion of the installation.
May I make a record request for that radii, please?
I'm sorry, John, I'll make a record request.
Make a record request for that radii.
I just wanted to, I'm happy to highlight it in a record request, but just so you know, all of the radii are identified in the plan and profile drawings, which I know you identified as a request for an earlier record request. So it'll also be captured there.
That's fine. Thank you.
So if you can just
May I make a
provide that
clarification?
in your response in record request MIT 4, Ms. Klein?
Not a problem.
Thank you.
I just want to make a clarification. So the response, the plan and profile, you were going to provide it for the entire S15 route?
That was my understanding of the
Fine.
request.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I actually was limiting it to the portion on the Grand Junction corridor, but that'd be great to get the entire thing. Thank you.
Sure.
So how many compound bends are there in S15?
I wouldn't be able to say off the top of my head, but as I've discussed, anytime we have a compound bend, that's accounted for in our pulling tension and sidewall pressure calculations, which feeds into our placement for vaults. So we feel that all of the compound bends that are required for this installation have been adequately accounted for in the robust design.
Right. So you can't tell from just looking at the shape of the line where there's a compound bend?
As Mr. Phillips pointed out, it's also dependent on the vertical, which is obviously not captured here. This is just a high level, plan view capturing the map view of the route.
Would it be possible to identify on the plan that you're going to provide in response to MIT record request 4, identify the compound bends in the route?
So I'm just trying to understand the nature of your question, because the request being responded to by the drawing set, based on our discussion here, like I'm assuming WSP would be reviewing the drawings, not you. So, I mean, the drawings answer that question. Is that where you're getting at?
Mr. Abdullah, my understanding is that although the company is providing the drawings as part of another record request, that Mr. DeTore had asked in record request MIT 4 for the radii that were identified in the plan and profile drawings.
Yes, and the radii and the depth information in the drawing set called out.
Fortunately, I will not be looking at the drawings. The practical problem is that in order to get them, WSP is not scheduled to testify. So the only way to get them in the record is to have the company identify them. That's really the motivation for my request, sir.
So my understanding, Mr. DeTore, is that in addition to the radii, you're requesting information on the number of compound bends for that particular route.
Yes, Presiding Officer Shockey. That's correct.
Yes, I just want
to. Mr. Abdullah, I'm going to ask you a question. I think what Mr. DeTore is really getting at is how do you design a line and accommodate for these compound bends? It really doesn't matter how many compound bends are included in a design. It matters whether you can accommodate for those compound bends in the design, which we have testified that based on the route, which I really think is in question, which is heading south out of the substation, that there are complications with the proposals put on the table by WSP that do not accommodate for the splice faults to accommodate those compound bends. So we can certainly point to where those compound bends are and the splice faults that address that, but it's a two-part question. It's not just how many are there, it's whether you can accommodate them and make sure that you maintain the integrity of the conductor when you're pulling the line and operating it.
That's correct. I mean, we can also, which is probably the most relevant, provide the output from the pulling tension calculations, which are the reason why we would have additional manholes. The reason it was relevant to the Grand Junction corridor alignment proposed by MIT is because my recollection is in testimony, WSP mentioned one single set of manholes along the 4,000 plus foot corridor paralleling the Grand Junction Railroad. And they also mentioned the extrapolation of the route proposed by the company and just transposing it onto the Grand Junction corridor. So my testimony was speaking to the addition of the compound bend to get onto the Grand Junction Railroad, introducing tensions high enough to require a second set of manholes to break up that tension in order to facilitate a high level review. We're only looking at the length of the duct bank and manhole locating at that point. There's no design. I mean, as we've stated on multiple occasions, I think many parties have stated that, but just at a high level based on where the company removed the Grand Junction corridor from contention, these are the considerations based on many years of project experience that the company's engineer would have been looking at. So that was the relevance from the testimony that you're speaking to, Mr. Dettori?
Well, no, I mean, I think the relevance of the information will ultimately be decided by the siting board. Obviously, Eversource has its own take on what's relevant or not relevant. I'm looking for the information as long as is, and you can put in whatever additional information you want in the response, as long as you provide the information that I've requested. And we can argue about relevance on the brief.
Okay,
Oh,
I just want to make sure. Yeah, I just want to clarify that whatever information is provided by F15 cannot be directly extrapolated and applied to another route. You still need to undertake the specific calculations and analysis that our engineering team has testified to.
I understand that's Eversource's position, and that's fine. But so all I want is the answer to the question, that's all. And if you want to add all those disclaimers, I have no objection.
That's understood.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I believe Mr. Sutton is also here.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dettori, just before you go to Mike, do you want me to continue sharing the screen?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm moving on that. Appreciate your help on that, Mr. Howard.
Yeah.
All right. So I'd like to stay with transcript volume 5 and turn to page 929. Lines 1 through 9.
Yes, sir.
And these questions are directed as much as specifically to work along Vassar Street. And I believe you testify in that section that during the peak traffic times, the company will halt the work, perhaps cover it with metal plates to allow traffic to resume in such a way that it doesn't affect traffic. Does that mean that during strike that, and further up on page 928 of volume 5, lines 21 through 22, you define the typical morning and afternoon commutes. And by that, I'm assuming you mean the peak traffic times, but correct me if I'm wrong, are from 7 to 9 and 3 to 7, correct?
That's what's in the transcript, yes.
Right. And is what's in the transcript incorrect?
Nope, that's as I stated it.
Okay. So it's your testimony that during construction on Vassar Street, there will be no impediments to traffic during those peak hours?
Well, I guess, first of all, to clarify this, my understanding is when I was asked these questions, it was about the analysis in general, not specific to any particular street. It was how the volumes were looked at and used as part of the analysis. Now, I can't speak to what specific hours the city will allow during construction. That will all be flushed out as part of the traffic management review and construction coordination with the city and area stakeholders. But typically, off-peak traffic hours are 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. within the urban Boston area.
And so, well, perhaps I should ask someone for the company to respond to that. Is the company committing that it's only going to work on Vassar Street from 9 to 3 every day and restore full traffic access for the rest of the time?
I can answer that question. The company is not committing to that requirement. We will work closely with the city of Cambridge to identify specific work hours across the project that meet the overall goal of the project, while also working to accommodate the concerns of the community. I would also like to state that we are carefully looking at the traffic management plans and work hours utilized by MIT and would like to work with MIT to incorporate their traffic management plans into our project design, specifically along Vassar.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Did you finish your answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so are you saying, so how many lanes of traffic are there on Vassar Street?
2 today.
Okay.
1 in each direction.
Oh, and so is the company stating that both of those lanes will remain open during construction? Both of those lanes on Vassar Street will remain open during construction?
They will most likely not remain open during construction, and that is what a traffic management plan does, either identifies detours or methods to allow for shifting of traffic on and off in an area. This is very similar to the work that MIT is currently doing on Vassar Street, which I believe it's actually closed by MIT for the construction of their grad buildings. So we would be looking to follow similar traffic methods currently being used by MIT.
So peak traffic on Vassar Street would be affected by company's construction, correct?
I can answer this, Ms. Benjamins.
Thank you.
No problem. The only time that traffic would be impeded during peak traffic periods would be for the presence of a full-time work zone, which you would need for something like a jack and bore type operation. For the open cut trenching operation that is typically utilized to install cable of this type, the trench is plated each night and traffic is allowed to pass over it during non-working hours. So no, there should not be a capacity reduction during peak periods, as you stated.
So if one lane of the 2-lane street is closed, does that impede traffic?
Absolutely, as it does during any other type of construction within the roadway.
Okay, and maybe I misheard Ms. Benjamin's testimony, but didn't you say that it was likely that there would be at least it would be lane closure during peak times during the construction?
We can't answer that question. It really depends on what's worked out in the traffic management plan with the city of Cambridge. And we've also committed to MIT that we would incorporate their concerns and input into that traffic management plan. To talk about a specific point in time about how the street would be managed while we're without a grant of location in places, it's really we're not in that place in the project design yet.
Okay.
And just to, I'm sorry, Mr. Dettori, but just to expand on Ms. Benjamin's statement, you know, the traffic management process itself, once we have a design and we know where in the right of way the proposed line will be located based on other factors, utility locations, what have you, available space in the street. Once that is determined, then we will start looking at what traffic control, temporary traffic control approaches we can utilize to manage traffic during construction. That will be discussed with the city at that time and vetted through them as the agency or municipality with jurisdiction over that section of roadway that we're talking about at any given time. And, you know, then those are carried forward to review with the abutters and gather their input to fine tune the traffic control plan for implementation during construction.
But for your statement to be, Mr. Sutton, for your testimony to be accurate, that there will be no impact on peak traffic during construction, does that mean that during all those periods of time, both lanes will be open during the peak traffic period?
That is our intention, yes, but until, and based on this level of review and evaluation.
Right.
Again, we have not, or at least I have not seen the design advance to a state yet where we know where within the right of way it would be proposed to be located, and then we can evaluate traffic at that time. And as Ms. Benjamin stated, then discuss that more formally with the agency or municipality. In this case, it would be City of Cambridge, discussing it with them and getting their feedback as to, you know, when they would allow us to work.
Right.
But as stated previously, typically we are restricted within the city limits to work between 9 and 3.
And do you know what the proposed work hours for this project are? Are they between 9 and 3?
They're typical working shifts, and my teammates here can add to this if they feel there's value, but you know, typically we work a 7 to 3 or a 7 to 5 shift. And then the only time you're allowed to work within the public way is during the hours that they allow. And again, we are assuming that it would be as they typically allow on for work within the public way between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m.
And if I could add to the working hours comment, we as part of our petition in section 5, we in the construction hours section, we identify what our request is. However, we also recognize that further discussions with each of the communities, the cities, are needed before finalizing on what the work hours for the project will be.
But the company's proposal is not work hour of 9 to 3, is it?
No, it is not.
No. No.
7 to 7, is that the proposal in the petition?
Correct. Correct.
And Ms. Benjamin, is it your testimony that based on the company's experience that it's likely that that both lanes of Vassar Street will be open throughout the construction process?
Based on the company's experience, there will be some points where lanes will be minimized. Construction does not mean the entire lane is closed. There may be portions that are being used for construction that would still allow for flow of traffic. So these are very detailed questions where we understand that there's important traffic that passes along Vassar Ave, and we would work with MIT to understand when that traffic is passing to ensure that it can pass safely and successfully. And there would also be components included for emergency pieces. I do want to point to that expediency in many cases is more important than maintaining shorter work hours. So in some cases with cities, they've asked us to work a 12-hour workday to be off the street more quickly.
Okay. Thank you. So is it fair to say that Eversource does not have peak traffic information for Vassar Street, nor do they know at this point to what extent the traffic lanes on Vassar Street will be closed? Both those statements correct?
I can take the traffic data information. We have provided the traffic count data, which was taken over I believe, 48-hour period, 24 hours a day. That was provided as part of a response. If you bear with me 1 second, I will tell you which one. I believe it was RS7. I will double check that right now. Bear with me. I apologize for the delay.
Please take your time, sir. I understand, believe me.
Oh, I stand corrected. It was not that one.
Perhaps I can shortcut this. Let me ask you a question. And if you want to go back and look again, please feel free.
Sure.
I'm not trying to restrict you. But if we look at transcript volume 5, page 932, line 22, it states that I believe you did not segregate out peak hour traffic volumes. Is that true?
Correct. In the summary sheets, we did not. We have the data. We just didn't do anything with it for this evaluation.
Okay, that's sufficient. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Will the construction on Vassar Street require the operation of dewatering facilities?
I can speak to that, and yes, we anticipate that dewatering facilities will be needed.
And generally speaking, how many hours of the day do dewatering facilities operate?
Well, again, dewatering is a function of the water that you're dealing with. So, and depending on the depths, you could potentially have a scenario of needing and 24-hour if there are certain critical parts of the excavation that need to be kept dry through the night.
Okay.
But in general, you could be in a scenario based on the access for the dewatering equipment. If there are limitations that it's done on a daily basis through mobile equipment.
And Mr. O'Neill, I think, is that your face that I see, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir, I'm here.
Nice to see you again, sir.
Nice to see you as well, Mr. Totori.
if we could turn to page 5-78 of the company, volume 1 of the company's petition. Table 5-13. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. Is noise from dewatering facilities one of the activities that's listed in table 5-13?
I do not see that explicitly listed, unless one of my colleagues wants to clarify that some of these other tasks might include some of the equipment that could be used in dewatering.
Do you have any knowledge as to any of the noise that's produced by dewatering facilities?
Perhaps
Mr.
somebody else could help me out and get started on that one.
Could Mr. Eck please speak to what is entailed with dewatering? Because I do believe we have some of the pieces here, including generators for the dewatering equipment that he could speak to.
Yeah, I was trying to dig up the reference. Thanks, Ms. Benjamin. I haven't gotten there to the table yet, but in general, again, if we're looking at a scenario where you have overnight operation of dewatering facilities, it comes down to a mobile generator that would be the so-called sound generating piece of equipment. That generator could be placed within the trench line and would be of a whisper quiet type of equipment. So if I could find the table, more than likely the sound generator would fall within the bounds of the table. But
Please take your time to look at it, Mr. Ecker. No rush.
Yes, in table 5-13, the whisper quiet generator that Mr. Eck was just referring to is included as one of the different items in there.
Chuck, it's PDF page 312 or page 5-78 in volume 1.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dottori, if it wouldn't interrupt your flow, would you mind if we took a brief break now?
Oh, of course not. That's
Okay.
fine, thanks.
Thank you. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:10.
Ms. Sharkey,
Yes?
could I just, for the record, I actually found the reference from Mr. Dottori. The traffic data for the various routes that MIT requested was submitted as Q-MIT-1-23 as the traffic count data. There's attachments paren 1 through 4.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry
Thank
for
you,
the delay.
Mr. Sutton.
Thank you.
When are we coming back?
Record?
When are we
We'll
coming back,
come back
Dawn?
10 after. Just
Sure.
Alan needs a 10-minute break.
Of course. So do I.
Thank you. Off the record? I'm just waiting for the company's attorneys to come back on.
Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Back on the record? Mr. Dutore?
Yeah, I think where we left off was that Mr. Eck was looking at table 5-13. Is that correct?
I believe he was going to provide you with some information on noise associated with dewatering activities.
That was my understanding, Presiding Officer Shockey.
If I can jump in here.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I did want
Maya.
to ask my colleague, Mr. Newhall, to step in and talk through dewatering activities and the equipment as a specialist in the area. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Benjamins. I just would like to, I guess, add to Mr. X's testimony and state that typically for dewatering, yes, we do either use electric pumps that would be connected to a generator, a mobile generator, which the sound is identified in table 5-13, or for kind of shorter term dewatering needs, say for maybe 20 minutes, a half an hour or so. A mobile trash pump might be used, which is again kind of a smaller engine, and that sound would be typical, more of like a snow blower, which, while we don't list a snow blower as a required piece of equipment, it is listed in table 5-13 for a sound level reference.
Thank you, sir. So if we look at table 5-13, generator is what? And so, but under type of equipment, it says typical sound level 60 to 67. Does that correlate with generator?
I'd have to refer to Mr. O'Neill for that, but based on my reading of the table, I believe it does.
Yeah, yes, that is correct. And that's at a distance of 50 feet, as the table indicates.
Okay, thank you. How many shade trees would be cut down during the installation of the proposed transmission line along Vassar Street?
Mr. Howard, do we have an answer to that question?
Sorry, I hit unmute. My headset kept going first. Yeah, I think it's probably a two-part answer. Allie, maybe to provide some context and perspective based on where you stand with the current design, maybe you could characterize your assessment of potential shade tree removal. Did you say along Vassar Street, Mr. Dutore?
I did, Mr. Howard, yes.
Along Vassar Street, and then Chris, to the extent there are impacts, we can then talk about and reinforce some of the minimization mitigation measures we described in the petition. Was that fair, Allie?
Sure, not a problem. So there's a portion of Vassar Street where we're currently proposing to install the duck bank basically in a bike lane between the sidewalk and a median where there are a number of shade trees installed. Our intention along this portion of the corridor is to try to limit our impact on the shade trees as much as possible. I can turn to Mr. Newhall or other colleagues to speak to some of those mitigation measures, but our intention would be to try to limit that impact. And if any trees are impacted, our intention would be to go through any mitigation measures required, whether they be replace the trees or ensure that the way we leave the area would not be any different than the way we found it. I don't know, Mr. Newhall, if you have anything more to add to that.
Yeah, what I can add is obviously, we would be doing our best to avoid removal of any shade trees in that area. However, that may not always be possible. For any trees that we could avoid, obviously we are excavating down in a very vertical fashion. Any tree roots that would be encountered could be cut flush just to avoid tearing them or destroying them. And then obviously, if any trees were removed as a result of construction, we would replace them in the same location after construction was completed, such that those same shade trees could again continue to grow and be in place along Vassar Street. And that's an issue during any type of urban construction sometimes is that you do have shade trees that are in the public right of way that may need to be removed for construction, but could certainly be replaced so long as they're compatible with the installation of the utility, and there weren't going to be any major conflicts with roots or anything like that, which I think in the case of Vassar Street is something that could be accommodated due to the depth of the duct bank, and tree roots basically growing and establishing with time after construction.
And I would just add, Mr. Dettori, for your benefit and for the siting board's benefit, we describe what some of these mitigation measures might be in the analysis beginning on page 5-76. And I won't read all of those, but there's a nice discussion there about some of the impact mitigation measures the company would employ in the event shade trees are altered or damaged during construction.
So does the company have an estimate at this time of how many shade trees on Vassar Street would have to be removed?
I think it's fair to say, Ally, it's still being evaluated. We don't know that any shade trees will be removed at this point. We're evaluating the design, and we're trying to get a sense for where it goes through those areas, as has been discussed in some of the discovery.
I would agree. We're still completing test pits to refine the design as much as possible. And as we move closer to construction, there will be constructability reviews where we'll be able to more definitively assess the impacts on those shade trees. So that is still a work in progress.
So I'm sorry, please.
No, I was just one brief comment, Mr. Dettori. Our premise from the beginning, and it remains true today, is wherever possible, we want to avoid and minimize impacts to shade trees. And that's what we'll be looking at going forward with the design to make sure that we can accomplish that avoidance and minimization goal.
And one additional thing to add, as we've done with the other alignments, we'll continue to work with the city and their arborist to make sure that all parties are aware of the work that's needing to be done and to discuss with them the plan moving forward.
Everybody done? Can I say something?
Of course.
Sorry. So it's fair to say that at this point in time, Eversource does not know how many shade trees will be impacted and won't know that until the detailed design is complete. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now turn to attachment MIT-1-28, parentheses 1, page 10 of 12. I think we're going to try to put that up on the screen, but let's see.
Ms. Liss, could you increase the Zoom level slightly for this, please? Thank you.
Okay.
John, just to confirm, it is 1-28. Are my colleagues finding that?
I believe it's 1-28, parentheses 1, page 10 of 12.
I'm there.
Okay. And is that a portion of Eversource's plan and profile for the installation of the line on Vassar Street?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I might, I don't know if this is it bothers me if I stand up near the to the witnesses?
No.
Okay, all right, maybe I have it here anyway. Just 1 second, please. So if we look over to the left on the bottom of the attachment, there's a red rectangular box. Do you see that?
Yes, that's one of the proposed splice vaults.
Right, okay. And is that vault located in the street?
The vault is located in the street abutting an adjacent building.
And does any portion of it on the sidewalk?
I'm just taking a minute to.
Please take your time.
Thank you. The vault is proposed to be installed within the sidewalk underneath. The two manhole covers would be on the sidewalk, yes.
So in order in the future to gain access to the manhole, it would be necessary to dig up the sidewalk, correct?
That would not be correct. To access the manhole, you just need to open the two covers.
Okay, you go down, okay,
You would not be re-excavating the vault.
okay. And what's the where is the proposed transmission line depicted on this exhibit? Is it the red line or?
That's correct. It's shown as the red line. At each vault, there is a bypass duct bank. Since only one of the three sets of phases can be spliced in each vault, so the other three phases are carried in the bypass duct. And it also shows a thinner red line for the communication lines going to the smaller handholds in between the two transmission vaults.
Okay. And on the sidewalk side of the proposed vault, is there an MIT building?
I don't know if a colleague can help me. I don't know off the top of my head. Oh, I'm assuming all of the buildings along this alignment are MIT buildings, but I'd have to defer to others.
Let me re-ask the question. Is there a building located at that?
Yes.
Is there a building located there, regardless of who owns it?
That's correct.
Okay. And how close to the building is this vault located?
I believe we are proposing to install the vault more or less abutting the building.
So how deep would the vault Go.
As shown in this drawing, it looks like we're proposing to install the vault at approximately maybe 18 feet deep to the bottom.
So is it likely that it would be adjacent to the foundations of that building that it's adjacent to?
I believe that's correct. The company completes what we call Z-cut test pitting to identify exactly what's in the place of the vaults where we're proposing them, to ensure that we believe we can locate them where we're proposing. And in locations where we're installing vaults adjacent to existing infrastructure, including buildings and building foundations, that information is also acquired as far as what the information about the building foundation is to help us feed design.
Right. So you have that information now?
Off the top of my head, I would have to loop back to confirm exactly what information has been acquired at this particular location.
Okay. Do you see right, there's kind of an L shape in gray. It starts, we're pretty much in the same place adjacent to the vault. Right, yeah, whoever got the cursor. So there's seems like a structure that goes up, a wide structure that goes up and then over to the left. Do you know what that is?
Are you referring to the existing steam infrastructure?
So it's a steam line, right?
Yes.
And to the left of the proposed vault location, do you see another manhole structure?
I do. It looks like a steam manhole.
And is there another steam line coming out of that manhole?
Yes, it appears it is going over the proposed vault location.
And how far does it continue over?
From reviewing the drawings, I'd have to look at the CAD file more in depth, but it appears to just continue east down Vassar Street.
Adjacent to the proposed transmission line?
Yes, that's correct.
Now there's a second, as we move to the right of that exhibit, there's a second manhole vault. Oh, sorry, back. Oh, wait, it's just, do you see that? Is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that, John.
Do you see that? Is that a second location for a manhole vault?
Are you looking at the proposed vault location for vault number 16 as identified on the drawings?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Yes, I see it.
And is that located in the sidewalk as well?
It looks
That's
like it is based
partially in the sidewalk and partially within the bike lane and the median.
Are most of Eversource's manhole vaults located in the street?
We try to locate vaults within the street wherever we can. In areas of congestion, it's not uncommon for us to locate vaults within the sidewalk. There are other locations along different routes in this project. For example, on Linsky Way for the K5A alignment, where we're also proposing to install vaults within the sidewalk due to congestion in the street.
And is vault number 16 located adjacent to a building?
It's located adjacent to a building, but at a greater offset.
About how far?
I'd have to scale off the drawings to get the exact dimension, but
That's okay. That's fine. Thank you.
okay.
And has Eversource developed a detailed design plan for how it's going to install the proposed transmission line in this area of Vassar Street?
We're
So
still in the
the-
process. Sorry, go ahead.
The installation is something that is, kind of worked through with the installation contractor and the company and, the DPW and others, et cetera. But it's something that, from a means and method standpoint, that's something that is baked into their competitive edge. So that is something that if it's not captured prior to the bidding for the work, that's something that would be, captured in those conversations. And as we testified to, would be kind of managed and oversaw. The oversight would come from the rep from the city and the reps from the company.
But the detailed construction design would be done by the contractor?
The construction design, the construction itself would be done by the contractor.
Okay.
And
who will do the detailed design?
The design comes from
Mine.
Eversource. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The design comes from Eversource.
Okay. And
From
that,
for the issue for construction plans and the civil specification that spells it out. And so the how would come from the contractor. And that's the merit they would be reviewed on.
Okay. Thank you.
And managed to in the field.
And Mr. DeTore, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
We are bringing on board contractors to do fairly extensive constructability reviews of the entire routes for each of the 5 proposed company alternatives. And certainly the Vassar Street will be part of that constructability review. We anticipate the scope of that to be completed before the end of the year.
So you will be bringing on consultants to do a constructability analysis by the end of this year? Is that what your testimony?
We will be bringing on contractors to assess the constructability of these current designs.
By the end of this year?
That scope is currently scheduled to be completed by the end of this year.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Benjamins, I believe that you've offered testimony about the pace of work that can be done in urban areas, pace of construction. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you, I believe, mentioned two values, one 10 to 15 feet per day in a particularly congested area, 30 to 40 feet in less congested area. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. Do you know how long the Eversource Vassar Street segment is?
I do not have the length. We did commit to MIT, and I'll defer to Mr. Ack. We did commit to MIT in our most recent conversation to give them an expected duration of construction. Can you expand upon that, Mr. Ack?
Well, I'll expand in that as part of that commitment, it is our intent. It wasn't part of the original scope of the constructability reviews I had mentioned previously, but we are going to add to their scope an assessment of the schedule for the proposed work along Vassar Street. So I don't have a timeline as to when that schedule would be completed. More than likely that might may be completed by the end of this year, may trail into January or later, but that scope will be part of those constructability reviews I mentioned earlier.
Okay. So okay, do you know roughly the length of the Vassar Street segment?
I believe roughly it was just short of a mile. So,
Check on Google Earth, very rough number. That's about right. Sorry to interrupt.
no worries. So 6,000 feet, does that sound right?
that's over a mile, but yeah, sure.
So just for purposes of this, we obviously the right numbers in the record, correct?
Yeah.
So if we took the low end of Ms. Benjamin's estimate of 10 feet per day, and we assume working 5 days a week, right?
Correct.
My math, and please correct me on this, I'm not an engineer, that would take 120 weeks to get done?
If the assumption is every day along the 6,000 feet is 10 foot a day, that would be the correct math.
Sorry, Mr. Eck, could you repeat that, please? I couldn't hear a report.
I said based on the assumptions, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Based on the assumptions that Mr. DeTore had laid out in terms of 6,000 feet being multiplied by 10 feet a day, that math is correct. But I would offer that significant portions of the Vassar Street are at minimum excavation depths, 3 foot to cover to the top of the duck bank, to be specific, and I know that's true for over 1,000 feet of the length of Vassar Street. So it's not a fair assumption to assume 10 foot a day for the entirety of the route, and we're not, until we get those constructability reviews completed, it's not really confirmed that 10 foot a day is kind of the area of production that we're looking at along this route. It could be a lot quicker than that.
I would also like to state that that's one contractor. In some circumstances, we'll have multiple contractors, which would significantly reduce the time.
That's a good point.
So it's possible that you would have more than one team of contractors working on Vassar Street? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say it's quite possible. When working with the cities, we typically request more than one crew to be on multiple alignments, and they'll ask for spacing of like half a mile or some other component, as long as we can successfully manage the flow of traffic and the other interests of the city during construction.
So so at this point in time, can you offer a maximum duration of the construction along Vassar Street? That wouldn't be any longer than X period of time?
Mr. Eck, do you have a time?
No, I wouldn't offer anything because that is the intent of the constructability reviews that we are currently hiring contractors to perform. So we will have that information shortly. As mentioned, I would expect to have that by early next year at the latest.
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions. Really appreciate everybody's attention and cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. DeTore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeTore.
Mr. Wong, do you have questions for this panel of witnesses?
Yes, I do. And this is with regard to just a couple of cleanup questions that we had from testimony the previous hearing days. Okay, so I'm just going to start. Could I refer the panel to your response to EFSB-SU-12 parens 2, please? And whoever would like to answer, please let me know when you're ready to answer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wong. Yes, I have that attachment in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. This first one should be pretty easy. Could you, for the record, explain what plume mixing means in the slides?
Yes, it's as simple as the air that comes out of the exhaust stack mixing with the ambient air around the exhaust stack. So if you were to say have all the fans turned off, the air around the exhaust stack would be static. When the fans are turned on, the air will start to move, and that air that comes out of the stack is what's referred to as the plume, and that just explains how it mixes with the ambient air around the stack.
And from what I understand, that probably has to do with temperature differential. Is that correct?
It has to do with, among other things, yes, temperature differential between the exhaust air and the ambient air, as well as how much exhaust air is coming out, the wind direction, and probably to a smaller extent the amount of solar radiation in the area as well.
Thank you. So briefly, the company presented a number of scenarios. And the first question I have is, could you briefly explain scenario 1 and scenario 2 for me?
Yes.
And this starts on page 21.
That's page 21 of the attachment that we're looking at.
Yes, page 21 of 36. So it's the right-hand corner page number.
So scenario 1, as it says on right on page 21, it's with a 3 mile an hour wind that is coming from the southwest and an ambient air temperature of 70 degrees. There are some maps of some graphs of constant temperature that are on page 22, and then on page 23 there are some plan views and section views that show the temperature profile of the plume coming out. The way that these scenarios were developed were that we looked at the different the amount of time that the wind spent at any particular speed and direction, and this is what came out the most probable in this area. And for scenario 2, it's an 8 mile an hour wind coming in from the southwest, and then there are subsequent slides that show how the plume dissipates into the ambient air. Both of the scenarios show that the exhaust air and the exhaust air temperature and velocity at the height of a person standing near the stack would be above their head, so they would notice almost no impact at the ground level.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. So if I'm understanding right, scenario 1 and scenario 2 are 2 scenarios that the company has considered based off of historical or forecasted conditions in the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And just, I'm curious, if you go to page 16,
Yes.
there are 6 other scenarios. I was just wondering if you could tell me what happened to those 6 other scenarios.
They have not been run yet. As we started to, look at the development of that plaza area, the program, to the best of my knowledge, or the program of that area has not been fully decided yet. And that includes the exact way that the intake and exhaust stacks are going to look physically and visually. So there wouldn't be a lot of point to running those at this time, because there are so many things that we don't know about that plaza.
Mr. Zico, when you say program, do you mean that the 3D features have not been completely modeled?
Well, more or less. When I said program, I meant it to mean, what is going to be on that plaza, and what are the stacks going to look like?
Okay. And when you say stacks, this is stacks in addition to the stack that would be for the substation. Is that correct?
When I refer to stacks, I am referring to the intake and exhaust structure for the substation.
Okay, so they only relate to the project.
They relate the air intake and air exhaust relate to the air intake and air exhaust associated with the new substation. The model takes into context the surrounding buildings, the shape and geometry and placement of them.
Got it. So just final question before I move on from that. Just to confirm, you said that the plaza has not been fully designed. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it has not. I have seen some concept designs, and I believe that they're in the record and in various places, but I don't know precisely where they are, and I don't know the status of the final design.
Is that information that would be sensitive or hard to get a hold of?
I would defer to my colleague, Ms. Benjamins, on that.
And all I'm looking for is just a confirmation of where it's at, or if it's been completed or not.
So it's our understanding that analysis is being completed by Boston Properties, and I do not have an estimation on when that will be completed.
Okay, I'll think about that, and maybe I'll ask for it, but as of right now, I don't think there's a use for it.
Can I just interject for a minute, Mr.
Yes.
Wong? Ms. Benjamins, would the final design of the plaza in any way impact the operations or design of the substations with regard to their incorporation into the area of the plaza?
We have put requirements upon Boston Properties as to what would be needed to safely and reliably operate the substation, and their designs are consistent to date with those requirements. So it is a good question that we continue to work with Boston Properties about. I would say we, to date, if any potential concerns have arisen, that we've been able to address those and have them corrected by Boston Properties.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, with regard to the design of the final design of the intake and exhaust stack, the Boston Properties and their engineers are aware that we have a certain airflow that we need to maintain, and we have a certain amount of maximum static pressure that we can tolerate in the ventilation system. So it will have to fit into, or it will fit into that those constraints, the engineering constraints of the substation.
Are there also any access features?
There are.
Go ahead, Mr. Zika.
No, I'm sorry. I should have let you finish the question. My apologies.
That's okay.
There are the two principal the principal means of access will be at via an elevator and a stairhead house at the Broadway end of the vault. There'll also be a loading dock there so that we can bring equipment in and get it down into the facility. That will be the main entrance. There is on the Binney Street end, and it's integrated with the exhaust stack, is a second means of egress, or second means of entrance and egress to the station. We do not propose to use that as our primary entrance. That would be an emergency exit only. Furthermore, under the finished plaza area at the Binney Street end, there will be a hatch, an opening in the top of the roof of the vault that will allow access to a shaft that goes all the way down to the lowest level of the facility. That will be normally covered and waterproofed, and we would only access that if there were a piece of heavy equipment that we had to get in or out that would not fit in the freight elevator that we've designed.
And do you believe that the location of that could potentially need to be changed as a result of ongoing plaza designs? Based on what you know now.
This is one point that we've been very strict with Boston Properties, as well as the city of Cambridge, on the locations of those air stacks and that they maintain in those locations. It is something that Boston Properties has focused a lot with the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority on how those will look and how they'll be utilized in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. So I guess, Mr. Zico, as you said earlier, because the design of the plaza has not been completed, the company didn't go forward with more scenario testing. I guess my question would be, is it your position then that the information presented already to us without the final design is sufficient for us to make a analysis of these impacts for our decision purpose?
I believe that it is, and regardless of what the final program or plaza design looks like, the company is committed to minimizing impacts to users of that plaza. That's been something that we have stressed from day one.
Okay. So does the company intend in the future to when the design is finalized, to run the rest of the scenarios to confirm its goal?
I believe that if there are substantive changes to the shape of the intake and exhaust structures, or the shape of the buildings that are around it, or that would probably warrant another study as the program or the uses of the plaza and surrounding buildings get further defined. I could envision a need where we would want to rerun some of these. sitting here right now, I can't tell you exactly which scenarios, how many, or what that's going to be. I think that would be in conjunction with us, the folks at Exponent who are the experts in this computational fluid dynamics program, as well as Cambridge, city of Cambridge, and the other stakeholders that are in the area. So I can't commit one way or another, but what I would commit to is to say that if indications are that more scenarios need to be run, they would be rerun.
Thank you. Something you said just now about the surrounding uses. So if I'm understanding that statement right, the modeling done takes into account surrounding buildings, not just the plaza itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Off the top of your head, can you tell me if you expect there to be a lot of change in the surrounding buildings around the project? That might affect this model.
At this point, again, I don't know exactly how far along Boston Properties is with their final design and approvals on these buildings, but the actual footprint of the building and the height, I would say are fairly well fixed. I don't see a lot of variation in there. It could be changes to the facade or items like that, and again, whether or not they would really impact the airflow or warrant the need for another run of this computational fluid dynamic model, I think would be a decision that we would need to discuss with Boston Properties, City of Cambridge, and the other stakeholders as any changes evolved to these two facilities.
I appreciate you answering that. Just so I completely understand the scope of the modeling, would a building as close or far as the Volpe building be included in that model?
We did not, and again, I'll start out the answer by saying I am not an expert in computational fluid dynamics in any way, shape, or form, but I would refer you to page 11 of the attachment EFSB SU12 parens 2, and it shows the CAD model that was used in this computational fluid dynamics.
Thank you. Okay, so I understanding that you're not a fluid dynamics engineer, I do want to just ask for the record, I'm just going to share my screen. This is page 26 of 36 of the attachment we were talking about. And I just want to your understanding, I believe earlier, Mr. Zico, can you see? So I believe earlier you talked about the effects from the stacks not affecting people on the ground. Is this what's shown here in this figure?
With regard to temperature, it is. So you can see, and it's cut off on the screen that I have in front of me, but I know that on the slide on the right-hand side above the Exponent logo is a temperature scale. Blue, the dark blue down at the ground. I can see it now. Thank you. The dark blue down at the ground being 70 degrees, which is the ambient air temperature. And then the red, which is up well above the height of the people depicted in this cross-section, is where the 108-degree air coming out of the stack is.
Mr. Rosenzweig, you have your hand up.
Nothing in relation to this questioning, but if we could just go off the record for a moment, I have a scheduling issue that I want to address before we go forward.
Sure, Mr. Zico, are you done with your question, with your response, or can you resume after we take a brief break?
I can resume after we take a brief break.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Off the record?
Sorry about that. I have a couple of witnesses that I think I'm losing momentarily that could have commitments that they have to leave shortly after 4. And I have checked with Ms. Klein, and she could be available in the morning on Friday up to about noontime. So I just want to get a sense of, are we going to continue on for an extended period of time this afternoon, or is this a good breaking point, or can we find a good breaking point and then resume on Friday with whatever's left of the staff's examination and any remaining examination from the company?
I have about 4 more questions. I think that would take 15 to 20 minutes. Some of them are just, for example, we were asked to re-ask a question we asked about outage events to the engineering team. So I kept it for this day. It's up to you, Mr. Rosenzweig, if you think that's gonna push us to losing a lot of witnesses, then I'm happy to ask them on Friday after we wrap up this particular question.
Yeah, Maya, I know you have a constraint. I want to respect that. John, do you as well?
I had indicated that I had a constraint at 4 o'clock. I did find one of my managers to cover that meeting for me, so that constraint from my regard has gone away.
All right.
I have a constraint at 4:15, but if the questions are for the engineers, then
okay.
If we can certainly let Mr. Zico finish his response and then end for the day, and come back on Friday morning. I guess can we just briefly check on what we need to do on Friday?
Yeah.
Mr. Dettori.
David, because I didn't mean to interrupt you, David.
It's okay, John. Yeah, go ahead.
So here's my issue. To the extent that David obviously can do whatever he wants, to the extent David is going to do redirect within the scope of my cross, I'm prepared to go forward. I know there was some talk about doing more rebuttal, and if there's new evidence coming in, depending on the extent of it, I'm probably going to ask for more time to do my cross. Now, you may say yes or no to that, but I just want to put that out there. I don't know at this point what David's going to ask, but that's kind of a concern that I have in terms of timing.
Well, let me put it this way. I assume you both are going to want to do rebuttal and surrebuttal, which, MIT has filed pre-filed surrebuttal testimony on Friday. I also know, in part because we've been asking a lot of record requests, that there's a fair number of record requests that are still outstanding, not to malign anyone. So, at least one concept that I think the board will probably do is that I anticipate an assessment after all the record responses come in and making a determination on whether we need to do a hearing, however brief, on that. And if we do, then at that point, we would set the briefing schedule.
Well, we're done in terms of right now. We've presented our surrebuttal. We're not intending to present any additional testimony in the proceeding. And I know, talked to David, we had kind of an agreement that David may want to present something additional, which is fine. I just may not want more time to, at least request to have more time to examine it, but it depends entirely on what, the scope of it.
So just to be clear, the MIT witnesses will not be coming back for any presentation related to the surrebuttal testimony.
And unless they're requested, no, we're not planning to put, we're resting on that testimony, but they can be made available if the parties want.
Okay.
So that's the only, and the other issue, we're off the record. I have a constraint on Monday if we're going to do next. I have to take Anna to a hospital thing.
That-
So I just,
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, at this
other than
point,
that, yeah, I'm okay.
I'd have to, among other things, clear with Fab that, Alan or David would be available, because I know there's a lot of department proceedings that have been scheduling around us, and we'd have to clear that. So I wouldn't necessarily assume that we would continue on next Monday if we depending on what we do on Friday anyway.
I didn't want to delay things, but that'd be a tough one for me Monday.
No, that's fine.
So just to get a flavor from our end, there's been some examination this afternoon. I don't think, well, we may have limited redirect on it or not much at all. But we also have sort of the cumulative examination that's occurred over the last week or two, including testimony that came in from MIT's witnesses on surrebuttal that may be subject of some limited additional testimony. I would think anything we have would be a half an hour or less, but I would need to talk to my witness team. So I'm not expecting much, but I hear John's reservation rights, and I might oppose it, but I understand what he's been clear about, and I just think maybe let's get John Zico to finish his testimony here.
Finish up, and then we'll end for today, and everybody will have some time to determine what they need to do for our next scheduled day.
Right, that sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back on the record.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. Mr. Zico.
So this shows people in proximity to the exhaust stack looking from a certain direction would experience ambient air temperatures when there was 108-degree air coming out of the stack. And that large red square in the middle is the top of the exhaust duct. So that's filled with 108-degree air. And then you can see how rapidly the air rises when it exits the duct or exits the louvers, and the cooler air fills in, or the ambient air fills in on the ground.
Okay. Sorry, I'm scrolling really quickly to, this is what the stack looks like. Is that correct? Sorry. This is what it looks like.
That was the stack that was modeled in the in this study, and that's what it looked like at that time. And I don't believe that it's changed.
Okay.
Or I'm not aware that it's changed.
Can you help me understand what I'm looking at? Like, is the air is coming out from, could you just, yeah.
No, I was going to say it's always a challenge to, think of something in 3 dimensions when you're looking at a 2-dimensional object. So I get what you're asking. So if you look, and not, if you go back to page 26, you can see that there is in the upper right-hand corner, and it's under where we've labeled the attachment, but it's still visible. You can see that there's a box that's in the shape of the exhaust stack, and there's an arrow that points towards the exhaust stack. That is the arrow that this close-up view is looking at. So you would be looking from the back side of the exhaust stack, and the people would be on either side of it. And then in that figure that's in the upper right-hand corner, you can see there's a red, or it shows up red on my screen, a red square. That would be the top of the exhaust stack. So basically the air would be coming out the sides and the end of the exhaust stack.
Okay. And so really quickly as well, this shows the velocity of the air coming out. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct. And the color scale is on the right-hand side. And in the upper right-hand corner, it's the same kind of key plan or isometric view of where you're looking.
Okay. Really quickly, there's corresponding diagrams for this scenario, which is higher winds in one direction. Is that what's? Can you tell me why it looks this way?
Well, it's because the wind is pushing the, and again, looking at this, and I'm going to use left and right. Yep. Looking at what's on, and you're on page
32.
32. So I will get on there as well. On page 32. So on the left, what this is showing is the wind is coming in from the left, and it's pushing the plume to the right is what you're seeing. So the wind is distorting the plume.
Okay. I have just a couple more on that.
No.
If you bear with me.
Mr. Wang, if Mr. Zico is going to be back on Friday morning, why don't we wait and resume with him, because we've already pushed him past his deadline of for getting people to cover for him for other meetings.
Okay. Are we happy to talk about this on Friday?
Okay. All right. Is there anything else before we end for today and resume on Friday morning?
No, thank you.
In that case, we will end for today and resume at 10 o'clock on November 3rd. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Off the record.